Chapter 1799. Qin Feng came to Ouyang Mansion to treat Madame Zixia, but he didn't expect to run into this arrogant old man from Han family. He was too lazy to pay attention to him, but this old man still wants a foot after giving him an inch. Elder Han family, is your Xian medical sect's medical skills really that amazing? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Speaking of the sect, Han family immediately patted his chest, his face full of arrogance. Of course, you can ask any cultivator. Xian medical sect is the most powerful medical sect in the northern Sand continent. Since its establishment hundreds of years ago, who knows how many cultivators have been cured and how many strange diseases have been solved. Qin Feng listened to him boast for a while. After all, before slapping the other side's face, he should first let the other side show off. Otherwise, it won't be satisfying. So, Xian medical sect is so amazing. It seems I'm ignorant and inexperienced. This is the first time I've heard of this sect. Han family was even more proud. It's not too late for you to know. Immediately apologize to me. Apologize to my sect and then get lost. Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li's expressions were ice cold. They looked as if they were about to hit someone, but Qin Feng stopped them from doing so. I think Elder Han has misunderstood. I'm not afraid of your sect. I'm just doubting the medical skills of your Xian medical sect. Are you really as good as you claim? Han family's old face darkened. He angrily rebuked. You ignorant ant. Our Xian medical sect is famous. Why do we need to brag? Besides, who do you think you are? I don't need to explain so much to you. Qin Feng smiled. You don't need to explain. Just use the facts to prove it. Do you dare to compete with me in medical skills? Let me see how amazing Xian medical sect is. As soon as he said this, Han family and Ouyang Jun were immediately stunned. They didn't know where Qin Feng got the confidence to dare to challenge Xian medical sect. Haha, are you out of your mind? What qualifications do you have to compete with me in medical skills? After Han family recovered, he laughed and scrupulously. Ouyang Jun advised, Young Hero Chow, this time it's my fault for being negligent. Why don't you and your two friends go rest first? I'll personally receive the three of you after I'm done here. Although Ouyang Jun can't see the truth, he's a good person. He clearly holds the position of City Lord, but he doesn't put on airs. City Lord Ouyang, I'm not joking. Let's see if the frigid sect elder dares to compete, Qin Feng said seriously. Ouyang Jun was stunned again. He started to suspect if there was something wrong with Qin Feng's brain, or if he was still too young. Not long ago, he became the #1 genius of the northern Sand region and had gotten carried away, forgetting the truth that there was always someone better than him. But before he could dissuade him again, Han Men gritted his teeth and shouted, Stinking brat, this old man was originally too lazy to care about you, but since you've stuck out your face to ask for a beating, I'll help you. Young Hero Chow, why are you doing this? Ouyang Jun had a bitter expression on his face, but Qin Feng didn't listen to his advice. He smiled at Han Men and said, How about we compete in something simpler and poison each other? Everyone was dumbfounded. There was such a method of medical competition. Poisoning each other? What do you mean? The poor didn't understand either. Qin Feng explained, You poison me and I'll poison you. Whoever can cure the other's poison will prove that their medical skills are better. The reason why Qin Feng suggested this method of competition was because he inadvertently remembered his competition with the Yin-Yang elders of the poison sect in China. At that time, he ate the poison sect's #1 poison, the king of poisons. In the end, he easily used the universal antidote sold by the system to detoxify the poison. Qin Feng believed that if he competed with Han Men in poison, he would also be able to beat this guy. Young Hero Chow, this isn't good. I think you should go rest. Ouyang Jun jumped in fright and tried to dissuade Qin Feng again. He was very clear about the strength of the Xian medical sect's medical skills. Although this was a medical sect that focused on saving lives, there was a fine line between good medicine and poison. He believed that if the people of the Xian medical sect played with poison, they would definitely be very good. If Qin Feng ate Han Men's poison and died on the spot, then it would be troublesome. Master, are you really going to compete with him in poison? Even Xiao Li was a bit worried and looked at Qin Feng nervously. Zhang Kuku was the only one who looked relaxed. In her eyes, Qin Feng was omnipotent. Big brother Qiao Feng, take out your most powerful poison. It's best if it's a poison that can make people bleed from their 7 apertures and rupture their liver and intestines. Only then will it be satisfying to poison that old man to death. Zhang Kuku's venomous words almost angered Han Men to death before the competition even started. Humph. I don't have a problem with the competition, but I have a condition. During the competition, life and death will be decided by fate. Han Men's expression was ferocious. He had already made up his mind to kill Qin Feng. Yang Jun's forehead was covered in sweat. Both Qiao Feng and Han Men were people of high status. If one of them died in his residence, it would definitely be a very troublesome matter. However, before he could dissuade Qin Feng had already agreed. If Han Men didn't mention his condition, Qin Feng was going to say it too. Reckless fellow, I'll make your body rot and die in a moment. Qin Feng completely ignored Han Men's threat. He was communicating with Little Pig through telepathy. Stupid pig, what's the most powerful poison in the system? Little Pig pouted and complained, Master, I'm the super cute genius Little Pig, not a stupid pig. The most powerful poison in the system is called Thing Within Seconds. As the name suggests, it can kill all living things in a second. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He was used to being tricked by the system, so he doubted the description of Thing Within Seconds. Can it really kill all living things in a second? Qin Feng questioned. Little Pig's face turned red. He laughed awkwardly. Isn't that just a saying? But it's definitely capable of killing cultivators below the true spirit stage. Qin Feng knew this would be the case, but he was still shocked. A single bottle of poison could instantly kill a Buddha's light stage cultivator. This was already very powerful. However, after seeing the price of Thing Within Seconds, Qin Feng's face darkened. This bottle of poison alone cost 100,000 hedonist points. At the same time, Qin Feng also discovered that Thing Within Seconds wasn't the most powerful poison in the system. There were even more powerful poisons above it. These poisons even cost 1 million hedonist points per bottle. They could actually instantly kill a true spirit stage or even a void god stage cultivator. Little Pig could read Qin Feng's mind and explained, Master, Thing Within Seconds isn't the most powerful poison in the system. I've chosen the most practical poison for you based on your current situation. Qin Feng understood Little Pig's meaning. He wanted to kill a Buddha's Light 6 transformations cultivator, so buying a bottle of Thing Within Seconds was enough. After hesitating for a while, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and bought Thing Within Seconds. He had to destroy the frigid sect. Otherwise, Ouyang Jun wouldn't let him treat Madame Zixia, and he wouldn't be able to obtain the Violet Cloud Valley's Jade Tablet. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending 100,000 hedonist points to purchase a bottle of Thing Within Seconds. System-friendly reminder, this poison is extremely poisonous. Please do not place it where children can touch it. The host has a total of 534,000 hedonist points. The system's notification sounded. Qin Feng moved his mind, and a bottle of colorless liquid appeared in his hand. Stinking brat, do you dare to compete or not? If you don't dare, then get lost. Stop putting on an act here. Just as he came back to his senses, he heard the frigid sect's arrogant voice. Xiao Li deliberately lowered his voice and said, Master, if you're not confident, then let's not compete. Zhang Kuku yelled, You damned old man, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Big brother Qiao Feng is preparing his ultimate move. Believe it or not, he'll kill you in a second. Kill me in a second? Haha, I think your big brother Qiao Feng is more like a second man. The frigid sect couldn't stop laughing. As the great elder of the Xian medical sect, how could he be killed by poison in a second? You're the second man. Your whole family. No, your whole sect is a second man, Zhang Kuku retorted. The frigid sect was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He decided to ignore Zhang Kuku. This woman was invincible when it came to scolding people. Surname Qiao, this is the poison I prepared. You better think carefully. You'll die if you drink it. The frigid sect's skinny hand held a dark and swarthy pill. It didn't have any medicinal fragrance, but it emitted an incomparably foul odor. Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li pinched their noses and retreated. Even Yangjun frowned and held his breath. Qin Feng smiled. After all, he was a leading figure in traditional Chinese medicine in China. He knew that the stronger the smell of a poison, the more violent its effects would be. However, the downside was that this poison was very easy to cure. He could even analyze the ingredients of this poison from its stench. The real poison was colorless and odorless. The king of poisons that the poison sect gave Qin Feng was this kind of poison. The instant medicine that Qin Feng bought from the system was the same. Qin Feng took the dark and swarthy pill, but he wasn't in a hurry to eat it. He threw the instant medicine over and smiled at the frigid sect. You eat it first, I'll eat it later. The frigid sect immediately looked at the liquid in his hand and raised his eyebrows. He couldn't see anything special about this colorless liquid. He couldn't smell it either. He couldn't figure out what medicinal ingredients were used to make it. Why should I eat it first? The frigid sect felt uncertain. Qin Feng said matter-of-factly, You're the great elder of the Xian medical sect. Of course you should eat it first. In any case, your Xian medical sect's medical skills are heaven-defying. What kind of poison can't be cured? Could it be that you're afraid? This was clearly a provocation. The frigid sect could see it. However, Qin Feng's move was an open scheme. The frigid sect couldn't do anything, even if they saw it. Fine, we'll eat it at the same time. That's fair. The frigid sect thought that even if he couldn't cure this poison, Qin Feng certainly couldn't cure his own. When the poison flared up, they'd just give each other the antidote. In short, he wouldn't die. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. He didn't wait for the frigid sect to swallow the poison. He suddenly said, By the way, frigid sect's great elder, do you have any regrets? I'm afraid it'll be too late if you don't say it now. The frigid sect rolled his eyes and scolded. You want to kill this old man with a mere child's poison? As expected, your thinking is still naive. If you have any last words, quickly say them. And those two girls, I can help you take care of them in the future. Qin Feng's expression chilled. He didn't care about the frigid sect. He raised his head and swallowed the black pill. I've already eaten your poison. You should drink my venom. Chapter 1800. Han Men sees Qin Feng eat the elixir, and his heart immediately feels at ease. He's still very confident in Xian medical sect's poisons. He believes that it won't be long before this #1 genius of the northern sand region will meet his end. But after waiting for a few seconds, Qin Feng didn't show any signs of being poisoned. He lazily said to him, Elder Frigid Man, why haven't you drunk my poison? It's not too late if you're afraid. Just admit that the Xian medical sect has an undeserved reputation. It's better than losing your life. Qin Feng once again used an open strategy. Frigid Man knew that this was a provocation, but he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't speak ill of the Xian medical sect. If he did, how could the other elders and sect master spare him? Originally, he thought that Qin Feng would die in less than half a minute after eating the Poison King pill. At that time, he wouldn't need to drink Qin Feng's poison to win. He didn't expect that Qin Feng would still be fine. Humph, what's a mere bottle of poison? In the eyes of our Xian medical sect, poison is like drinking water. Frigid Man didn't forget to boast. He raised his head and drank the poison. Oh, Yang Jun wanted to stop him, but it was too late. This kind of trash is poison? I can't even feel a little bit of poison. Frigid Man opened his mouth to taunt again, but before he could finish his words, his voice came to an abrupt halt. His expression was stiff, and even his body was like that of a zombie. His tall body fell straight to the ground, bouncing up and down like a roly-poly doll before coming to a stop. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Except for Qin Feng, no one knew what happened. Elder Frigid Man, what are you doing? Oh, Yang Jun looked surprised. Zhang, Kuka stared blankly at first, then laughed and said, "Ha ha! This old man must have been poisoned to death by Big Brother Qin Feng's poison. Ku already said that Big Brother Qin Feng's poison can kill you in a second." Oh, Yang Jun shouted a few times, but there was no response. He hastily squatted down to check Frigid Man's breath. He was so scared that he fell on his butt. Dead? He's really dead. Zhang Kuku's eyes widened, and her laughter stopped. She was just complaining about Frigid Man's instant death. But she didn't expect that the old man was really dead. Damn. So this guy has been bragging all along. What bullshit, Xian medical sect. What Northern Sands continent's most famous medical sect. He couldn't even hold on for a minute after drinking Big Brother Qin Feng's poison. Isn't that a little too lame? Zhang Kuku yelled. If he was still alive, he would definitely be angered to death. On the other hand, Qin Feng's expression darkened. What did he mean by "poor guy is too lame"? He clearly used his own strength to instantly kill him. Zhang Kuku skipped to Qin Feng's side and said, "Big Brother Qin Feng, don't you think that old man is so lame? He died just like that." Smack! Qin Feng slapped Zhang Kuku's buttocks and yelled, "Don't talk. Stand at the side." Big Brother Qin Feng, why did you hit him? How annoying. Zhang Kuku's joyful mood was gone. Although she was complaining in her heart, she still stood beside Xiao Li obediently. Ouyang Jun had already confirmed the fact that Frigid Man was dead. He looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression and said, "Young Hero Qiao, aren't you a little too ruthless? Now that Frigid Man's elder has died in my mansion, what do you want me to do if the Xian medical sect finds out about this?" Since Qin Feng dared to kill Frigid Man, he naturally wasn't afraid of the Xian medical sect. Now that powerful forces like the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce and the Witchcraft sect were hunting him down, another 5-star sect wouldn't make a difference. Governor Ouyang, I, Qiao Feng, have always been responsible for my own actions. I killed Frigid Man. You can tell the truth to the Xian medical sect. I believe that with Governor Ouyang's identity, the Xian medical sect wouldn't dare to do anything to you, said Qin Feng. Ouyang Jun was speechless for a moment, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. In fact, Frigid Man's death couldn't be separated from him. If he hadn't brought Qin Feng into his mansion, even though he knew that Xian medical sect had come to see him, the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. Young Hero Qiao, I'm too selfish. You and I each have half of the responsibility for this matter. Don't worry, I'll explain the whole story to the Xian medical sect's sect master. You had a fair fight with Frigid Man, and Frigid Man died in the poison fight. This can't be blamed on you. Ouyang Jun's words were out of Qin Feng's expectation. One should know that the cultivators of the divine continent were more cold-hearted than the people of Huaxia. They wouldn't get involved if they could avoid trouble. This Ouyang Jun was somewhat unusual. Governor Ouyang, please do as you wish. I don't put Xian medical sect in my eyes anyway, so it doesn't matter what you say. Qin Feng's attitude was indifferent, and it didn't seem like he was pretending to be calm. Ouyang Jun quickly understood that with Qin Feng's identity as the Northern Sands continent's #1 genius, his background must be different. At the very least, he was a core disciple of a 5-star sect. Indeed, there was no need for him to be afraid of a 5-star medical sect like Xian medical sect. Qin Feng and Ouyang Jun didn't have any misgivings in their hearts, so the death of Frigid Man was put aside. Qin Feng brought the topic back to business. Governor Ouyang, if it's possible, can you take me to see Madame Zixia's condition now? Ouyang Jun was slightly stunned. Of course, he was anxious to see Madame Zixia, but he didn't expect that Qin Feng would still be in the mood to see a doctor after killing the great elder of Xian medical sect. It seemed that he really didn't put Xian medical sect in his heart. Okay, thank you, young hero Qiao. Please follow me. Ouyang Jun led the way, and Qin Feng entered the inner room alone. Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li waited outside. The room was decorated with a lot of wood carvings. They were antique, showing the owner's noble identity and refined taste. On a large mahogany bed, a woman in red was lying quietly. Her skin was fair and tender, but her eyes were tightly shut. She looked like a sleeping beauty who would never wake up. Qin Feng had seen too many beautiful women, but he was still stunned by Madame Zixia's beauty. But he didn't have any other thoughts. Soon, he discovered a problem. Madame Zixia didn't have a trace of cultivation aura. Madame Zixia is an ordinary person? Qin Feng murmured in his heart. He couldn't help but remember that under the notice wall, many cultivators were talking about Ouyang Jun and Madame Zixia. At that time, someone said that Governor Ouyang didn't care about what the secular world thought of him and stayed with Madame Zixia for a long time. Qin Feng didn't understand it at that time, but now he was enlightened. The divine continent was a world of cultivation. Cultivation was more important than anything else. The level of one's realm represented the level of one's status. Ordinary people who couldn't cultivate were at the bottom of the social ladder. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it was for a peak true spirit realm expert, like Governor Ouyang, to marry Madame Zixia. Qin Feng's impression of Ouyang Jun rose when he thought of this. He was also a man who was infatuated with love. For the sake of the woman he loved, he didn't hesitate to enter the inner hidden sect from the martial world outside of China. Then he went to the divine land, and now he came to the divine continent. He knew how difficult it was for lovers to get together. Young hero Qiao, how is Madame Zixia? Can you cure her? Qin Feng had just entered the room, but Ouyang Jun was already sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was really in love with Madame Zixia. Governor Ouyang, I can't guarantee that I can cure her, but I'll try my best. If it's convenient, I'd like to check Madame Zixia's pulse. Qin Feng said, Of course, of course. Ouyang Jun moved aside. Qin Feng sat on the edge of the bed and put 3 fingers on Madame Zixia's snow-white wrist. He had obtained a set of 5 elements acupuncture technique manual from the system, but the last time he used it was in Huaxia. It had been almost 2 years since he came to the divine mainland, but it felt like a century had passed. Thousands of scenes flashed through Qin Feng's mind. There were sweet scenes with women, scenes of fighting side by side with Lu Jie and his brothers, and moments of reunion with his father, grandfather, Qin Yi, and other relatives. Qin Feng couldn't help but miss China and his friends there. But he quickly calmed down. He knew that he was now in the divine continent, and he was treating Madame Zixia. Madame Zixia's pulse was stable, and there was no sign of illness. Qin Feng frowned slightly and secretly channeled some qi into Madame Zixia's meridians. But when the qi circulated through Madame Zixia's body, there was still no result. Young hero Qiao, can she be cured? Ouyang Jun knew it wasn't good to disturb Qin Feng, but he couldn't help but feel nervous. When he saw Qin Feng's increasingly serious expression, Ouyang Jun was already mentally prepared. This kind of feeling was painful, but he was used to it. He lost count of the number of famous doctors he had invited over the past year, but in the end, all he heard was that Madame Zixia couldn't be cured. I can't say for sure now. Let me try again. Qin Feng didn't give up. He used the silver needles to check Madame Zixia's body again, but the result was the same. Master, why don't you let the hunting turtle try? Just when Qin Feng was at his wits' end, Little Pig's voice came. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. I can't believe you came up with this idea. If you let the hunting turtle enter Madame Zixiao's body, won't it swallow her whole? Little Pig pouted and complained. Master, can't you tell the hunting turtle not to swallow people? It listens to you. Just let it find something bad. Qin Feng didn't think the hunting turtle could cure her. He only knew that this little guy's devouring ability was so strong that it could even swallow Buddha Light Realm and True Spirit Realm cultivators. However, since Little Pig said so, it meant that this method was feasible. City Lord Ouyang, I'll try one last method. Don't worry. When Qin Feng came back to his senses, he saw Ouyang Jun pacing back and forth in the room. It was clear that he was very anxious. Thank you, young hero Qiao. Young hero Qiao, don't feel burdened. I know that Madame Zixiao's illness isn't easy to cure. No matter the result, I have to thank young hero Qiao, Ouyang Jun said. Qin Feng nodded. He was more and more satisfied with the city lord's character. He didn't waste any more time. With a thought, a black shadow quickly jumped into Madame Zixiao's skin. Even Ouyang Jun couldn't see the hunting turtle's appearance clearly. Young hero Qiao, what was that black shadow just now? Ouyang Jun was shocked. He didn't expect an insect to fly so fast. Chapter 1801. Don't worry, City Lord Ouyang. It's a poisonous insect that I've raised to treat illnesses. Qin Feng could only make up a story. If he told Ouyang Jun that the hunting turtle was a level 9-star beast that devoured cultivators' inner qi to survive, he would be scared to death. That's good, that's good. Thank you, young hero Qiao. Ouyang Jun let out a long sigh of relief. Qin Feng sat on the edge of the bed with a straight face. He looked nonchalant, but he was actually very nervous. Although the hunting pincer was a level 9-star beast, it was still in its initial state. Qin Feng didn't know if this little star beast's intelligence was not fully developed, or if it was because it was a level 9-star beast that it was naturally arrogant. But this little guy sometimes ignored Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng was afraid that the hunting turtle would be disobedient again and devour Madame Zixiao's tendons and internal organs. Qin Feng felt that he should just use the level 7 Earth Escape Talisman to escape. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the hunting turtle jumped out of Madame Zixiao's body. Fortunately, this little guy still had a sense of the big picture and didn't devour Madame Zixiao's body. Ayo, ayo, ayo. The hunting turtle made a strange sound. Qin Feng frowned. What is this little guy saying? Little Pig laughed. Master, you're a beast king. You should learn the beast language. The hunting turtle said that it found the thing that caused Madame Zixiao's illness and brought it out. Qin Feng immediately became spirited. He moved his mind and saw the hunting turtle spit out a ball of black liquid. This is poison. Qin Feng's first reaction was, Little Pig said, It's hard to say whether it's poison or not. Master can spend 5,000 hedonist points and let the system extract it. Extracting the poison's components cost 5,000 hedonist points. This meant that this poison was not simple. Although it was painful, Qin Feng still gave the order. Ding! The poison components have been extracted. The poison is called intestine-severing powder, a secret poison of the divine continent's Xian medical sect. Host's total hedonist points, 529,000. After knowing the source of the poison, Qin Feng was stunned. How could it be a secret poison of the Xian medical sect? Young hero Qiao, what's the situation? Ouyang Jun had been paying attention to Qin Feng's expression to see if he could cure the madam's illness. When he saw Qin Feng frown, he immediately asked, City Lord Ouyang, do you have any grudges with the Xian medical sect before? Qin Feng asks. Ouyang Jun was stunned. Wasn't he treating his wife? Why did they suddenly bring up the topic of Xian Yimen? Young hero Qiao, I don't have any dealings with the Xian medical sect. If it weren't for the people of the Xian medical sect taking the initiative to come and treat me, I wouldn't have thought of this sect. Ouyang Jun says. This time, it's Qin Feng's turn to be astonished. Isn't the Xian medical sect the most famous 5-star medical sect in the northern Sand Continent? Why hasn't Ouyang Jun found someone from the Xian medical sect to treat Madam? Seemingly seeing Qin Feng's doubts, Ouyang Jun doesn't wait for him to ask and continues. Young Hero Qiao might not know, but on the surface, that Xian medical sect appears to be a righteous medicine sect. But at my position, I naturally know a few dark sides that ordinary cultivators find hard to see. In fact, while Xiani men are saving people, they're also harming people at the same time. Every time they treat a patient, they won't cure the patient in one go. They'll even deliberately aggravate the patient's condition. Then they'll charge a high fee to cure the patient. It's precisely because of these reasons that I haven't asked the Xian medical school's cultivators to come here. I'm afraid that they'll harm Madam instead. I didn't expect that today a frigid elder would take the initiative to come here. It wouldn't be good for me to refuse. Now, Qin Feng understood. He also understood about the intestine severing powder. Just then, he even suspected that the system had made a mistake in retrieving information, but now he seemed to have seen a shocking conspiracy. Young Hero Qiao, why did you suddenly mention Xiani men? Could it be that you've discovered Madam's illness? Is it related to Xiani men? For Ouyang Jun to be able to reach this stage, he was naturally a brilliant person. He quickly saw where the problem was. Qin Feng said truthfully, City Lord Ouyang, I just used a goo to check Madam's body and found that she was poisoned by the intestine-shattering powder. What? Intestines-severing powder? That's the Xian medical sect's secret poison recipe. Other people might not know, but I've heard of it. Ouyang Jun really knew quite a bit. This saved Qin Feng the trouble of explaining it to him. Young Hero Qiao, are you sure it's the intestine-shattering powder? Ouyang Jun's complexion became ice-cold. This man, who's always been amiable and low-key, suddenly surged with murderous intent, making Qin Feng feel as if he'd fallen into an ice house. City Lord Ouyang, there's no need for me to deceive you. Qin Feng secretly urged the creation chapter's incantation. Only then did he manage to gasp for a few breaths. With a loud bang, Ouyang Jun casually swatted out with his palm, and the jade wall on the opposite side immediately collapsed. Good, Xian medical sect. I, Ouyang Jun, have no grievances or enmity with you. Yet you dare to harm my madam. If I don't avenge this enmity, I'm not a man. When Ouyang Jun gets angry, it's really terrifying. This is the might of a true spirit realm apex, revered expert, like a dragon's reverse scale that can't be violated. But Qin Feng isn't afraid. Instead, he reveals an appreciative gaze. He knows that Ouyang Jun is angry because of love. This kind of man who dares to love and hate is very much to his liking. Young Hero Qiao, I've really let you see a joke. You and those 2 friends first stay in the mansion. I'll immediately go to the Xian medical sect to look for the antidote. Ouyang Jun is about to set off. He knows that the intestine-severing powder is a secret poison of the Xian medical sect. Other people simply don't have the antidote. But without waiting for him to go out the door, Qin Feng's voice floats out, City Lord Ouyang, I have a way to cure Madame Zixia. As for the matter of the Xian medical sect, I also have a better plan. I don't know if City Lord Ouyang can trust me. In fact, Qin Feng didn't expect Ouyang Jun to be so impulsive. The 2 of them haven't known each other for long, and the other wants to kill the Xian medical sect because of his words. This somewhat goes against common sense. But it's not that Ouyang Jun is all brawn and no brains. On the contrary, he can become the city lord of Zixia City and step into the peak of the true spirit Realm 9. Naturally, he has outstanding talent and brains. It's just that when it comes to Madame Zixia, Ouyang Jun momentarily lost his reason and thought. When he calms down a bit, there's a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. Young Hero Qiao, don't blame me for speaking too bluntly. How did you find out that Madame was poisoned by the intestine-severing powder? And how could you possibly have the antidote for the intestine-severing powder? Qin Feng knows that Ouyang Jun has already calmed down. Regarding his questioning, Qin Feng doesn't get angry, because as long as it's someone with a bit of brains, they'll have these doubts. But for a moment, Qin Feng doesn't know how to explain. After all, it's not him who found out about the intestine-severing powder, but the hedonist sovereign system. But the matter of the system absolutely can't be said. Even if he says it, Ouyang Jun won't believe it. City Lord Ouyang, forgive me for having a hidden trouble, but I can first cure Madame's illness to prove that I have no ill intentions. Ouyang Jun ponders for a while and finally nods in agreement. He can see that Qin Feng is only at the Buddha's aura 3 changes realm. Even if the aura on his body is stronger than that of ordinary Buddha's aura 3 changes realm cultivators. As a revered expert, the peak of the true spirit realm 9, he's completely not afraid of Qin Feng playing tricks under his nose. Chapter 1802. Qin Feng sat back down on the bedside and began to treat Madame Zixia. Actually, rather than saying that he was treating, it would be better to say that the hedonist sovereign system was treating. Regarding the Xian medical sect's secret recipe, intestine-severing powder, Qin Feng had no way of removing it. He bought a bottle of universal antidote from the system and easily treated Madame Zixia's illness. With dream, suiming, la, after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the sound of Madame Zixia coughing came from the bed. Ouyang Jun's expression changed, and he immediately rushed over. Madame? Are you awake, Madame? How do you feel? Do you want some water? Ouyang Jun saw that his wife had really woken up and was looking at him with a pair of big eyes. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief and said, City Lord Ouyang, the Madame has been bedridden for more than a year, and her body is extremely weak now. Moreover, the Madame is a mortal who has not cultivated, so it's not good for me to feed her healing pills in case her body can't take it. Why don't you let the servants boil some blood and qi nourishing soup first? We'll go outside to talk and let the Madame rest well. Qin Feng never forgot the purpose of coming to Ouyang Manor. Since Madame Zixia had been cured, he planned to get the jade token as soon as possible and make a trip to Purple Cloud Valley. When they arrived at the outer room, Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li had already been arranged to rest in the guest room. Ouyang Jun was very emotional. His voice was trembling when he spoke. Young Master Qiao, I, Ouyang, am unable to repay you for saving Madame's life. If you ever need my help in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Qin Feng smiled and said, City Lord Ouyang's words are too serious. It's fine as long as you don't suspect me. Ouyang Jun's face turned red, and he quickly said, I did have a misunderstanding with young Hero Qiao before. I hope young Hero Qiao won't blame me. Don't be in a hurry to leave with those 2 friends. Let me entertain the 3 of you for a few days, okay? I still have other important matters to attend to, so I won't be staying in your mansion. However, I'll have to trouble City Lord Ouyang to take care of my 2 friends. I'll come back to pick them up after I'm done with my business. Qin Feng knew the Violet Cloud Valley was full of danger, so he planned to go alone. If he brought Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li with him, he would feel a little awkward. Young Hero Qiao, how did you solve Xian Yimen's secret poison prescription? Oh, Yang Jun still couldn't figure it out. Previously, he was suspicious of Qin Feng, but now he was just curious. Forgive me for not being able to tell you how to detoxify the poison, but there is something I must remind the city lord. Judging from the condition of the Madame's body, she has been poisoned for at least a year, and the intestine-severing powder is a slow-acting poison that needs to be taken continuously in order to take effect. From the looks of it, someone has been poisoning the Madame for the past year. After Qin Feng finished speaking, the outer room was immediately filled with an icy aura, making people feel as if they had fallen into hell. Ouyang Jun's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His beloved wife had been poisoned for a year, and he didn't even notice it at all. The The pain and anger he felt was indescribable. "Who is it? Who dares to harm my wife? If I find out, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces and exterminate his entire family." Ouyang Jun once again displayed the majesty of a peak true spirit realm expert. At that moment, Qin Feng felt a trace of fear. Seemingly aware of his loss of composure, Ouyang Feng quickly withdrew the powerful aura from his body, but his expression was still angry and cold. "City Lord Ouyang, I have an idea. Who knows? It might be able to lure out the person who poisoned the madam and help the city Lord deal with the Xian medical sect." Qin Feng said. He had already thought of this idea. Ouyang Jun became spirited, but Qin Feng was not in a hurry to speak. After giving him a look, Ouyang Jun immediately understood and arranged a soundproof array outside the room. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two walked out of the room. Qin Feng went to look for Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li, while Ouyang Jun acted as if nothing had happened and went outside the mansion to look for new patients. No one knew that Madame Zixia had already woken up. Everything inside and outside the mansion was as usual, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the cultivators gathered outside the Ouyang mansion were in a heated discussion, and the topic of their discussion was Qin Feng. At this moment, someone had already received the news that the youngster who injured Elder Shun Yi and Qi Bang was the #1 genius of the northern Sand Continent, who had recently become famous in Binji Market. "City Lord Ouyang has come out," someone exclaimed. One by one, the cultivators guarding outside the door looked over, and for a moment the noise was like a tide. City Lord Ouyang's expression is grave. Obviously, the madam's illness has not been cured. It seems that even Senior Qiao Feng is powerless. Even the #1 genius of the northern Sand Continent couldn't cure the madam. What kind of illness do you think Madame Zixia has? Not only young hero Qiao Feng. I also saw the great elder of the Xian medical sect enter the mansion. It seems that even the great elder of the Xian medical sect couldn't cure Madame Zixia. After knowing that the great elder of the Xian medical sect had come, many people revealed a surprised expression. That was the great elder of the Xian medical sect. If even he couldn't cure the illness, there was an 80% chance that no one in the entire northern Sand Continent could cure it. Suddenly, many cultivators ran away. They originally came to try their luck for the Zixia Valley Jade card, but since the great elder of the Xian medical sect couldn't cure it, they felt that this luck would never come. The originally crowded and noisy scene outside the Ouyang mansion became deserted, leaving only a dozen or so cultivators waiting in line to enter the mansion to see the doctor. Ouyang Jun maintained a gloomy expression and entered the house with a cultivator. "Steward Wu, why are you here?" Arriving at the madam's room, there was an old man inside the house. This person was the old steward of the Ouyang mansion. Usually, he was the one who brought the madam's meals. Steward Wu's hand trembled, almost dropping the medicine bowl on the plate. Panic flashed in his eyes, and he said with a chuckle, "Lord, it's time for the madam to drink her medicine. I'll put the medicine here." "Wait, don't go first." Ouyang Jun coldly snorted. Steward Wu stopped in his tracks, his back facing Ouyang Jun, a layer of sweat on his forehead. "Lord Ouyang, is there anything else?" "Steward Wu, do you have to turn your back to me when you speak? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? Speak. Was it you who poisoned the madam?" Ouyang Jun suddenly became angry, scaring the cultivator who came with him to treat the illness into sitting on the ground. Steward Wu, on the other hand, was a bit more courageous, or perhaps he was mentally prepared. At this time he was still standing in the room, but his legs were slightly trembling. "Lord, I don't know what you're talking about." Steward Wu still had a trace of a fluke in his heart. Ouyang Jun scolded. "You still won't admit it? The madam has already been cured. She was poisoned by Xian medical sect's secret intestine-severing powder. Am I right?" With his back facing Ouyang Jun, Steward Wu's face was full of panic. He didn't say anything more, and suddenly leaped towards the door. At the same time, he pinched an escape talisman in his hand, and his mouth chanted the incantation to activate it. But before his figure could disappear, a loud noise exploded on his body, knocking him back into the room. "Lord Ouyang, it seems that my guess was right. There's a problem with your mansion's steward." A clear voice came from the door, and Qin Fen walked into the room with large strides. Steward Wu was precisely slapped into the room by him, and he even snatched away the rank 5 escape talisman from the steward's hand. The room suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere was somewhat strange. The cultivator who came with him to treat the illness was still sitting on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Lord Ouyang, young hero Chow, this matter has nothing to do with me. I hope the two of you can spare this lowly one." Qin Fen frowned, realizing that since the other party recognized his identity, he didn't need to ask, and guessed that the information of his identity should have been transmitted to Xixia City. Ouyang Feng let that cultivator go, leaving only the 3 of them in the room. Steward Wu was drenched in sweat, but even now, he still didn't admit his actions. Lord Ouyang, what do you mean by this? I've worked in Ouyang Mansion for more than 10 years, and I've been diligent and loyal. How can Lord Ouyang suspect me just because of an outsider's words?" Steward Wu was still using the trick of injuring himself to gain the confidence of others. If Madame Xixia hadn't really woken up, Ouyang Jun would have suspected that between him and Qin Fen, it was he who was lying. "You still have the nerve to say this? In these past 10 years, I, Ouyang Jun, have been good to you. When you just entered Ouyang Mansion, you hadn't even stepped into the cultivation realm, and it was me who gave you the pills to help you step into the realm of immortal qi. Who would have thought that you would actually do something like poisoning Madame? Where's your conscience?" Ouyang Jun angrily rebuked, then looked towards Qin Fen and said, "Young hero Chow, is it possible to find evidence that he poisoned Madame Xixia so that he can die knowing the truth?" Qin Fen nodded his head and walked to the side of the medicine bowl that Steward Wu brought over. When Steward Wu saw this scene, his body trembled even more violently. He wanted to rush up and destroy that bowl of poison, but when he thought that he wasn't Qin Fen's opponent, he could only helplessly watch Qin Fen's every move. "Lord Ouyang, if I'm not wrong, all these years Steward Wu didn't send over good medicine, but the poison of intestine severing powder. This golden needle of mine can detect any kind of poison, and upon contact with it, it will turn black." As Qin Fen spoke, the golden needle in his hand that was inserted into the bowl began to turn black. Ouyang Jun's face was frosty, and a frightening chill was emitted from his body. "Lord Ouyang, don't believe that brat's nonsense. Who knows if his golden needle can detect poison? He is trying to sow discord, and he definitely has ulterior motives towards Ouyang Mansion. Lord Ouyang, quickly kill that brat." Steward Wu tried his best to defend himself. Qin Fen's expression was indifferent, and he didn't care in the slightest about Steward Wu's false accusations. He carried the bowl of medicine and walked over and said coldly, "Fine. You say that I have ulterior motives, so you only need to drink this bowl of medicine to prove your innocence." This method was simple and crude. Ouyang Jun's cold eyes stared fixedly at Steward Wu, waiting for him to act. However, after a long time, Steward Wu didn't do anything. Instead, his body was covered in layers of cold sweat. "Wu Xian, you traitorous fellow, your elder has misjudged you. Only death can atone for your crimes." Rumble. Before Ouyang Jun's voice completely fell, Steward Wu's body suddenly exploded and instantly turned into flesh and blood. Qin Fen opened his mouth, then closed it again. He originally planned to dissuade Ouyang Jun, but Ouyang Jun attacked too quickly, and Qin Fen didn't even have the chance to speak. "Lord Ouyang, you shouldn't have been in such a hurry to kill Steward Wu. Otherwise, you might have been able to ask him a few things." Qin Fen sighed. Ouyang Jun had already calmed down. He didn't need Qin Fen to say anything, and he realized that he was rash before. He was originally a sensible and intelligent person, but he was always blinded by anger when it came to the madam. Chapter 1803. With Wu Xian's death, the clues about the reason why Xian medical sect poisoned Madame Xixia were cut off, but these are not important. In Ouyang Jun's view, if someone dared to deal with his wife, he must eradicate the other party's forces. Qin Fin can actually guess some of Xian medical men's thoughts. At that time, Han Men had mentioned the matter of Xixia Valley's jade card once. Although it was only a passing sentence, the glint in his eyes when he spoke couldn't escape Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng guessed that Xian medical sect poisoned Madame for the Xixia Valley jade card. After he inquired, he learned that the Violet Cloud Valley jade card was extremely rare, and the number was limited. It was a jade card refined by an almighty cultivator thousands of years ago. Every time one was used, there would be one less. Yanjun also obtained this Violet Cloud Valley jade card by chance in an ancient tomb a year ago. He originally planned to search for treasures himself, but not long after obtaining the jade card, his wife became bedridden. Because Madame was ill, Ouyang Jun put aside the Xixia Valley jade card and posted a notice to find a famous doctor to treat Madame in the entire Northern Sands region. He also gave a generous reward of the Xixia Valley jade card. After careful comparison, Qin Feng found that all this was too coincidental. It should be that Xian medical sect already knew that Ouyang Jun had a Xixia Valley jade card, and then colluded with Ouyang Mansion's old housekeeper Wu Xian to carry out this huge conspiracy that lasted for more than a year. Although his guess is likely to be the truth, Qin Feng didn't tell Ouyang Jun these thoughts because the conflict between Ouyang Mansion and Xian medical sect can't be resolved. There's no point in saying this now. Ouyang Jun is very trustworthy. After the incident, he gave Qin Feng the Xixia Valley jade card, and also gave him 10 million high-grade spirit stones and some elixirs and spirit tools. With the jade card in hand, Qin Feng planned to leave. But before leaving, he took out a level 6 defensive formation disc given to him by Daoist Barefoot and arranged it throughout Ouyang Mansion. This time, Qin Feng didn't plan to take Zhang Kuku and Shaoli with him. The two women were settled in Ouyang Mansion, and the battle between Ouyang Jun and Xian medical sect could start at any time. Now that Ouyang Mansion has the protection of a level 6 defensive formation, Qin Feng can also leave with peace of mind. In order to avoid the two women being reluctant to part, Qin Feng chose to leave late at night. He didn't tell the two women because he was afraid that his heart would soften and he would take them away again. After a night of flying, Qin Feng arrived at a desolate mountain range by the time the sky turned white. The surrounding environment changed from a bustling market to a boundless plain and mountain range. Not a single person could be seen for several hours. Violet Cloud Valley? After flying for an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng became spirited. In front of him were rows of unbroken mountain ranges. Most importantly, these mountain peaks were light purple, exactly the same as the Violet Cloud Valley marked on the map. The soaring cloud all landed on the flat valley between two mountain peaks. As soon as Qin Fin landed, he felt several obscure divine senses sweeping over. One must know that only revered, true spirit realm experts were good at using divine senses. It could be seen that these auras belonged to revered, true spirit realm experts, and Qin Fen's divine sense was extremely powerful. If it was any other Buddha's light realm cultivator, even if they were at the peak of Buddha's light realm, they wouldn't be able to sense it. Witchcraft sect and soaring dragon chamber of commerce. You guys are really annoying stinking flies. Qin Feng quickly knew the identity of the other party. There were two auras that were too familiar, especially the aura of the witchcraft sect's disciple. It carried a cold and gloomy feeling, which was the yin qi unique to ghost cultivators. Realizing that his enemies had come to find him, and not just one, it would be a lie if Qin Feng didn't feel nervous. Now that he was in this desolate Violet Cloud Valley, it was unrealistic for him to find help. He even wanted to hide in the astral space at the first moment, but in the end he gave up on this idea. The astral space was his last trump card, and it was better not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. There was another important reason that made Qin Feng decide to fight head-on. Among the cultivators who were rushing over, the highest cultivation base was only at the true spirit realm. If there was a void god realm cultivator, then regardless of whether the hedonist sovereign system would be exposed or not, he would definitely immediately escape into the astral space or use the rank 7 Earth escape talisman to escape. However, he had not been forced to that point yet. The obscure aura was getting closer and closer, but Qin Feng pretended not to notice anything. He sat in the valley and looked like he was cultivating with rapt attention. His hands were constantly forming array techniques in the dark. It turned out that he was setting up an array. Moreover, he was perfecting the rank 6 defensive array disc given by Taoist Barefoot. Jia Jia Jia, grandson with the surname Qin, you should have known this day would come when you dared to offend my witchcraft sect. An ear-piercing strange cry resounded through the valley, and several clouds of black mist appeared out of thin air. They were like a few small tornadoes that rapidly attacked. Following that, several black shadows flashed by, and dozens of people landed around Qin Feng. These people stood together in groups of 3 to 5, representing different forces and sections. Who are you people? Do we know each other? Qin Feng had long known of these people's existence. He simply swept a glance around, and his hands did not stop in the slightest from setting up the array. Among the soaring dragon chamber of Commerce's group, the old man leading them was Long Outyin. He smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Ha! Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, why are you still pretending? Others may not know your identity, but how could our soaring dragon chamber of commerce not know?" Qin Feng had taken the soaring dragon chamber of commerce's airship to explore the fallen god sea. When he went there, he used Qin Feng's identity, and when he returned, he used Xiao Feng's identity. At that time, Long Outyin had checked the cultivator's identity one by one on the way back, but he could not see through Qin Feng. Later, after investigating and reasoning, he saw through Qin Feng's trick. If this still did not explain anything, at this moment, an old man with a red flower pattern engraved on his chest spoke. He was standing alone in a group. "Qin Feng, you don't have to pretend anymore. Back when you went to the Red Flower Hall for the assessment, you refined the Spirit Surge pill on the spot, and you were using your current identity. How are you going to quibble about this?" Qin Feng recognized that person at a glance. It was Alchemist Chung of the Red Flower Hall. Back then, when Qin Feng refined the Spirit Surge pill, he shocked Baishan and the other 3 elders, as well as Xing Sanfang. Later, Baishan found Alchemist Ching and asked Qin Feng to hand over the pill formula for Alchemist Chung to refine. Now, the Red Flower Hall had long been destroyed in the northern Sand region. However, when Qin Feng destroyed the Red Flower Hall, many of its disciples had escaped. Qin Feng did not kill them all, and this Alchemist Chung was one of the cultivators who had escaped. Although he realized that his identity had been completely exposed, Qin Feng still had an indifferent expression. This was because he had already guessed that this would happen and was prepared to fight to the death. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the valley to wait for these enemies to catch up. Witchcraft Sect, Dragon Ascension Chamber of Commerce, Red Flower Hall, 7 Stars Monastery. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd coldly, and he read out the forces they represented one by one. He said word by word, "You will regret offending me." His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable aura. In that instant, even Long Outyin and the great elder of the witchcraft sect, Wu Qiming, were stunned. However, after a moment, the crowd came back to their senses. They stared at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. They did not know where this brat got his confidence from. "Humph. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. You dared to trespass the witchcraft sect and steal the soul-suppressing orb. This ghost immortal will refine you into a ghost head talisman and let you suffer every day." When Wu Qiming saw Qin Feng, he gritted his teeth in anger. It was because of this brat that the spirits in the soul-nurturing palace that the witchcraft sect had sealed for hundreds of years had escaped. Qin Feng laughed. Haha, your 3 sects are really something. In order to capture me, you actually joined forces with the ghost cultivator sect. Aren't you afraid that the other orthodox cultivators will laugh at you if this gets out? The crowd's faces darkened. Long Outyen said in a deep voice, I advise you to keep your thoughts to yourself. These little tricks of sowing discord are useless in front of us. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We're only temporarily cooperating with the witchcraft sect. It's no big deal. Qin Feng was intentionally stalling for time. Although the level 6 defense formation had been completed, he was prepared to set up a few more confinement formations and killing formations. In short, the more formations he set up, the more help he would get. Long Outyen, your Longting Merchant Guild, is the #1 merchant guild in the northern Sand region. Your sect leader Long is the honorary city, Lord of Merchant City. Shouldn't you protect me, the president of one of the top 10 merchant guilds, China Merchant Guild? That's right. If I remember correctly, I'm also the honorary Great Elder of Merchant City. Long Outyen sneered. You're right. Our Longting Merchant Guild should protect you and assist the development of your China Merchant Guild in the northern Sand region. It's a pity that you don't understand the situation and have long been at odds with the Longting Merchant Guild. You still want us to protect you? You're really too naive. President Long, don't waste your breath on that brat. He has been setting up formations all this time. This was the first time someone from the 7 Stars Monastery spoke. Qin Feng recognized the person who spoke. He was Su Qi, who had lost to him at the Genius competition half a month ago. Other than Su Qi, the great elder of the 7 Stars Monastery, Su Peng, was also here. When this old man was a judge at the Genius competition, he didn't recognize that Xiao Feng was Qin Feng. He even wanted to curry favor with Xiao Feng. Now that his identity was exposed, Su Peng felt disgusted as if he had eaten shit. Yo, isn't this junior brother Su Qi? You don't look too good. Don't tell me you're holding a grudge because you lost 5 level 5 teleportation formation discs to me and a treasured saber that could destroy darkness? You're too narrow-minded. Qin Feng was trying to find something to say. Just as Su Qi had said, he was constantly setting up formations. Even Great Elder Su Peng is here. That day at the Genius competition, you said that you wanted to invite me to the 7 Stars Monastery as a guest. Does that still count? Su Peng and Su Qi rolled their eyes. They were almost angered to death by Qin Feng. They thought to themselves that it was fortunate that the Bingji City Square didn't hold the despicable competition. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have won again. The title of the North Sand region's #1 despicable person would definitely belong to Qin Feng. You reckless grandson. You dared to kill several disciples and 2 elders of my 7 Stars Monastery. Today, I'll take revenge for them. Su Peng roared and was about to attack. However, he saw Su Qi rushing in front of him. How could Su Qi miss such an excellent opportunity to show off? Even though he had seen Qin Feng's valiant skills, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. This was because he knew that if he were to encounter a life and death situation, Elder Su Peng and the powerful seniors of the other forces wouldn't just stand by and watch. Chapter 1804. In just a breath's time, Su Qi had crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and arrived in front of Qin Fen. He stabbed with his sword, displaying the strength of Buddha aura change. His eyes were full of playfulness, as if he could see Qin Fen's tragic end. Qin Fen, I have to admit that you're talented, but you're too arrogant. It's hard for you to achieve anything great. The sword gleam was already shining in the air. Su Qi did not forget to mock Qin Fen, but the next moment, the smile on his face froze, and his advancing body suddenly stopped in midair as if he had been immobilized. There was an obscure but powerful aura in the air, and a golden gleam flickered. It was so fast that even the disciples of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the witchcraft sect did not notice it. However, Wu Qiming and Long Outyen raised their eyebrows, apparently noticing something. Su Peng's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. "Qin Fun, if you dare to kill the disciples of my 7 Stars monastery again, I'll make your life worse than—" Su Peng was shocked. The moment Qin Fun activated his flying sword, he realized that this young man, who was not even 30 years old, had such a terrifying martial Dao cultivation base that even he could not stop that sword. Su Peng could only shout to stop Qin Fun, but before he could finish speaking, a loud noise exploded on Su Qi's body. His flesh and blood flew in the air like fireworks. Su Qi, who had Buddha aura change, died. He was a level 3 formation master, and all this happened in front of so many true spirit realm powerhouses. It felt like Qin Fun had stretched out an invisible giant palm and slapped the faces of the true spirit realm powerhouses. However, it was not that Qin Fun was so powerful that Long Outyen and the others could not stop him, but these true spirit realm powerhouses were too arrogant. As soon as they appeared, they believed that Qin Fun would eventually kneel and beg for mercy. They did not expect Qin Fun to use a killing move as soon as he attacked. This kid actually wanted to fight to the death? "Aha! Grandson Qin, if I don't kill you today, I'll be ashamed of my identity as the great elder of the 7 Stars monastery." Su Peng was furious. He slapped with his palm, and the air suddenly exploded, forming a huge crack. Qin Fun was about to use his flying sword to block again, but he immediately stopped when he felt Su Peng's realm. This old man's aura was extremely strong, and he was obviously a powerhouse who had stepped into the true spirit realm. That simple palm immediately formed a whirlpool in the air. Wherever it went, fierce winds blew, bringing with it a destructive aura. A playful look appeared in the eyes of the various sect's disciples. It was as if they could already see Qin Fun's death. Long Outyen and Wu Qiming's expressions were somewhat complicated. They actually did not want Qin Fun to die just like that. After all, the pill recipe for the Spirit Surge pill and the soul-suppressing orb were still with him. However, the two of them hated Qin Fun to the core. Seeing that he was about to die, the two of them did not stop him in the end. "Raise the formation." Seeing the murderous intent surrounding him, Qin Fun suddenly roared. In an instant, he threw out countless array flags and spirit stones. These array flags scattered all over the ground, forming a mysterious array diagram. The originally dim spirit stones began to emit light, and unknowingly, the area within a radius of 100 meters under his feet was shrouded by several sky-reaching walls. The appearance of the spell formation was too sudden. A powerful aura spread out from Qin Feng in all directions. The expressions of the disciples from the 4 sects changed drastically. A premonition of death arose in their hearts. Even Wu Qiming and Long Outyen had a bad feeling. "Everyone, be careful!" As Long Outyen shouted, he quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already landed on the opposite purple mountain peak. Wu Qiming also retreated 100 meters and looked at the place where Qin Fun stood with a complicated expression. When everyone retreated, they saw that the 7 Stars Monastery's great elder, Su Peng, had not retreated. Instead, he leaped into the formation. Because he had eaten the youth pill, an evil smile appeared on his handsome face. The corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful arc. "Haha, you're indeed an ignorant junior. How dare you use a formation in front of the 7 Stars Monastery? Let me show you what a real formation is." The disciples surrounding Qin Fun were shocked for a moment. Just a second ago, they were still puzzled by Su Peng's behavior. Now, they suddenly realized that Su Peng was the great elder of the 7 Stars Monastery, a 5-star formation sect. Rumor had it that he was already a level 4 formation grandmaster. Yet, Qin Fun was trying to use a formation in front of him. As Su Peng finished speaking, He was already in the center of Qin Fun's formation. He quickly struck out with his palm, but it was not an offensive move. In an instant, he threw out dozens of array flags. "Change the formation!" Su Peng shouted as soon as the array flags landed on the ground. Only those who had reached level 4 in formation could have the ability to change the formation. Only by learning how to change the formation could one be considered to have truly stepped into the door of formation. Although Su Peng's idea was good, the array flags that landed on the ground did not respond. Those array flags tried to connect to form a new formation, but they were blocked by something and did not work. At this moment, Su Peng finally felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. He wanted to leave the formation, but he saw Qin Fun casually raise his hand and dozens of array flags scattered like flowers. "You want to teach me how to change the formation? You also need to have the ability to do so." Qin Fun's voice was cold and emotionless. He was like a ghost who had walked out of hell to take lives. As his voice fell, the ground under Su Peng's feet seemed to rotate, and countless heaven-reaching formation walls immediately appeared around him. Su Peng only took a simple look, and he had already discovered 5 or 6 overlapping formation walls. He was shocked. These formation walls were all level 4 great formations, and they were formed by Qin Feng in an instant. This youth, who was not even 30 years old, was actually a level 4 great formation master, and could change more than 5 formation changes at the same time. How did you do this? Even if he saw it with his own eyes, Su Peng could not accept it, but how could he be in the mood to wait for Qin Fun's reply? He tried to escape several times, but he found that he was trapped in a level 4 entrapment array. Not only was there an entrapment array around him, there were also 2 level 4 killing arrays. Long. The killing arrays had been activated, and the world was filled with blade glows and sword shadows. There was an earth-shattering sound that scared the cultivators in the distance. Su Peng was trapped in the array and had no room to dodge, but he was still a first true spirit realm expert. This level 4 entrapment array could temporarily trap him, but the killing arrays could only injure him. It was not realistic to want to kill him. From entering the array to changing the array to being trapped in the center of the array, all of this happened in just a few breaths. Su Peng was caught off guard, and only now did he realize that he was in a life and death crisis. As the great elder of the 7 Stars Monastery, he had stepped into the first true spirit realm and had the halo of a level 4 array, a grandmaster. Su Peng was respected wherever he went. When had he ever fallen into such a difficult situation? However, he did not dare to complain anymore. He finally realized that Qin Fun was serious. He did not know what was wrong with this kid's brain. He actually dared to resist under the siege of the 4 sect experts. "Qin Fun, as long as you let me go now, I promise I won't trouble you anymore." Su Peng's body kept emitting muffled sounds. Although it was not life-threatening, it was not a good feeling. However, after Qin Fun trapped him, he did not care about his existence at all. At this moment, both of his hands were constantly striking, and he was still setting up the array. Even Su Peng could not understand Qin Fun. He did not understand what kind of array this guy was setting up. Or did he think that a mere level 4 array could withstand the attacks of Long Outyen and Wu Qiming? However, the people of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the witchcraft sect did not move. Su Peng realized that he could only rely on himself if he wanted to live. "Qin Feng, it's useless even if you trap me here. A grade 4 slaughter formation can't kill me at all. If you let me go now, I'll leave this place immediately, and I'll even persuade the 7 Stars sect to stop being enemies with you. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, then I'll use all my strength to break your grade for confinement formation, and I'll personally grind you into ashes and scatter you in the Violet Cloud mountain range." At this time, Su Peng still did not see the situation clearly and even shouted in a threatening tone. Qin Fun sneered. He originally wanted to ignore this ant, but he changed his mind at this moment. "Since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish." As Qin Fun spoke, he struck out with his palm. Two shadows flew out and instantly fell into the trap array. Before the crowd could see the appearance of the shadows, one of the paper talismans turned into a monstrous golden flame that spread throughout the entire space. The other paper talisman triggered purple thunder, and suddenly several lightning bolts fell from the sky. Rumble! The power of the two level 4 killing arrays, the level 7 fire talisman and the level 7 thunder talisman stacked together. The trap array seemed to have become a doomsday land. The explosion lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before it gradually stopped. When the wind blew the smoke away, Su Peng's figure was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the originally purple mountain was dyed red with blood, proving that Su Peng had once existed here. What just happened? Where is Elder Su Peng? Elder Su Peng is dead. That guy actually killed Great Elder Su Peng? The crowd was shocked. From their point of view, Qin Fen was only at the 3 changes of Buddha's light. Even if he was extremely talented in martial arts and was the #1 genius in the northern Sand Continent, he would at most be able to kill a late-stage Buddha's light cultivator who was 3 or 4 levels above him. But now he had almost instantly killed a true spirit realm expert. This method of skipping levels was somewhat abnormal. However, this abnormal action had just begun. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, a strange energy fluctuation rose around them, and someone had already shouted, "Ah, what's going on? How did I get teleported? Young Hero Qin, don't kill me. I don't dare to do anything to you anymore." The screams were endless. When that strange scene appeared, even Long Outyen and Wu Qiming subconsciously retreated 100 meters. On the purple mountain, a mysterious white light suddenly appeared around the disciples. The white light flashed and disappeared along with the disciple. When they reappeared, they had all fallen into the level 4 trap array that Qin Fen had set up. It's a teleportation array. That guy with the surname Qin actually set up a teleportation array. Long Outyen let out a strange cry. He had already discovered something fishy. When his voice landed, a strange aura enveloped the empty valley. The 4 great sects had joined forces to surround and kill Qin Fen, but they didn't expect him to have time to set up a formation. Not only did Qin Fen set up a trap array, a killing array, a defensive array, and a teleportation array, he actually set up a trap array, a killing array, a defensive array, and a teleportation array. This guy was simply too abnormal. Chapter 1805. In just 15 minutes, 7 or 8 disciples had been teleported into the trap formation. These disciples were all Buddha's light cultivators. Even if they joined forces to attack the formation, they couldn't break the level 4 trap formation in a short period of time. What's more, they didn't have the energy to focus on breaking the formation. There were 3 killing formations hidden in the trap formation. When the killing formations were activated, the saber chi and sword gleams that flew all over the sky were deadly, killing 3 Buddha's light cultivators in the early stage. "President Long, please make a move. If you continue to fight like this, the disciples will die. Great Elder Qiming, that kid surnamed Qin is more sinister than our witchcraft sect. Please make a move to break his formation so that the disciples can absorb his yang qi and refine him into a corpse soldier." 7 Stars monasteries, Su Chi and Su Peng, were killed by Qin Fen. As for Red Flower Hall, only Alchemist Chun came, but he was also teleported into the trap formation and died under the flying sword. At this time in the empty valley, only the forces of Longting Chamber of Commerce and Witchcraft sect were left, and the disciples of the 2 sects were also heavily injured. The few disciples outside the formation were constantly flying, not daring to stay in the same place for more than a second, deeply afraid that the ground under their feet would suddenly become a teleportation formation. It felt like stepping on a landmine. Long Outyen was already furious. He secretly observed the situation of the formation and found that although Qin Fen had many formations, they were all level 4 formations, which had no effect on his current realm. With a slap, Half of the space seemed to shake. Long Outyen was still standing on the mountain peak, but the huge palm print fell on top of Chin Feng's head. Before it completely fell, a light curtain appeared and intercepted the palm print. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky. The crowd was dumbfounded. Even the disciples in the trap formation were stunned and even forgot to avoid the attack of the killing formation. They felt the trapping formation shake violently, but it only shook for a moment before everything returned to normal. Long Outyen's ferocious palm strike had disappeared without a trace. Huh? How could this be? Long Outyen was stunned. Wu Qiming snorted coldly. President Long, since you've chosen to cooperate with the Gate of Witchcraft, then everyone should show their strength. Why do you have to harbor ulterior motives? It's not good for everyone. Long Outyen's face darkened. He knew that he had been misunderstood by Wu Qiming. No matter what, he was a rank 6 true spirit realm expert. It was normal for a mere rank 4 formation to be destroyed by his palm. Not to mention Wu Qiming. Even the surviving disciples of the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce were shocked, unable to understand why their president was holding back his strength. Only Long Outyen himself knew that he had used 80% of his strength in that attack, but it had not even managed to leave a crack in the formation that Chin Feng had set up. Humph! As the branch president of the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce, one of the 8 great supremes of the Northern Sand region, why would I need to play tricks with your witchcraft sect? That Chin Feng is not as simple as you think he is. There's a higher level defense formation within the formation. You'll know once you try it yourself. Long Outyen grumbled. Wu Qiming's expression changed. He believed Long Outyen's words. After all, Long Outyen's strength was the highest among the team that had come to kill him. There was no need for him to play any tricks. However, Wu Qiming could not understand. Chin Feng was not even 30 years old. So how could he set up a spirit formation that was higher than a rank 4 formation? Chin Feng, let this ghost immortal test your ability. It was futile to make guesses. Wu Qiming took action personally. His figure flashed and turned into a cloud of black fog, charging in Chin Feng's direction. Before he reached the formation, 2 small clouds of black fog flew out of the black fog and crashed into the formation while letting out screams. Rumble! There was another violent movement, as though the entire purple cloud valley was shaking. The white light once again appeared in the void, forming a barrier that completely blocked the black mist. How could this be? What's the level of this formation? Wu Qiming was dumbfounded. He was at the peak of level 9 of the Ghost Immortal Realm, which was comparable to an orthodox cultivator at level 2 of the True Spirit Realm. Under that attack, even a rank 5 formation would be loosened. However, the white formation wall in front of him was shining brightly and didn't seem to be damaged at all. At this time, all the disciples trapped in the rank 4 trap formation were dead. The disciples who were hiding in the distance no longer dared to approach Chin Feng. They witnessed President Long Outyen and Great Elder Wu Qiming personally attacking Chin Feng, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Although it was hard to understand, it was the truth. Chin Feng had a calm expression on his face, but in his heart, raging waves were set off. He was amazed by the formidable defensive capabilities of the level 6 defensive array. But when he thought of the 3 level 6 defensive array discs that Taoist Barefoot had given him, and now there was only one left, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. But on second thought, with the rank 6 defense formation protecting the Ouyang mansion, even the sect master of the Xian medical sect couldn't do anything. Chin Feng's heart was filled with joy. As long as Zhang Kuku and Xiao Li's safety was guaranteed, using a rank 6 defense formation disc was nothing. Chin Feng immediately put away these messy thoughts. He was now facing a life and death crisis, even with the protection of the rank 6 defense formation. If Long Outyen and Wu Qiming attacked together, he believed that the formation would eventually be broken. Rank 6 defense formation. This is definitely a rank 6 defense formation. Long Outyen's eyes lit up. Although no one in the northern sand continent could refine a rank 6 formation disk, there were some rank 6 formation disks in the ancient martial arts ruins. Moreover, as the president of the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce's branch, Long Aotian often went to the other 3 continents to do business and collected many high-grade formation disks. A level 6 array disk was one of the more powerful array disks that Long Aotian had seen before. Not to mention, this was a level 6 defensive array. If he could bring this array disk back to the sect and set it up in the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce's base, the defensive power of the base would rise by a huge margin. What? That Qin fella actually has a rank 6 defense formation disk? Wu Qiming was shocked when he found out about the situation. Long Aotian snapped out of his shock and excitement, and his expression turned cold. He realized that this rank 6 defense formation could not be taken away. He had to join forces with Wu Qiming to break the formation. Otherwise, they would not be able to kill Qin Feng. Elder Wu, don't think about anything else. None of us can take this rank 6 defense formation away. We can only capture Qin Feng if we break it. Long Aotian merely took a glance at Wu Qiming and saw through his thoughts from the subtle changes in his expression. Wu Qiming snapped out of his daze, and the joy in his heart vanished. When he saw the gate of witchcraft's disciples who had died in the trapping formation, he immediately became extremely furious. Although a rank 6 defense formation is powerful, I believe that if we go all out, it won't take more than an hour for the formation to be broken. Wu Qiming let out a strange cry. His figure hovered above Qin Feng's head, and his palm fell down. Immediately, dozens of black fog fell like boulders. This attack was majestic, and it was obvious that he had exerted his full strength. The reason why he attacked without holding back was to show Long Aotian. To be honest, Long Aotian was the existence with the highest realm among the people who besieged him this time. Whether the rank 6 defense formation could be broken or not depended on Long Aotian's strength. President Long, don't hold back. Let's break the formation first. Wu Qiming did not forget to remind him. How could Long Aotian not see through his thoughts? However, Long Aotian did not care. Compared to Wu Qiming, he wanted to capture Qin Feng more. Rumble. The 2 venerables attacked at the same time, and all kinds of attacks landed on the formation wall in the void. For a moment, there was a loud roar like rolling thunder, causing the entire purple cloud valley to tremble. Qin Feng could feel the ground shaking in the rank 6 defense formation. He saw that the formation wall was gradually dimming under the intense attacks, and there were even subtle cracks on the surface. If he were to sit still and wait for death, the final result would be death. However, it was impossible for him to escape from the defense formation at this time, as he would die even faster. With a slight thought, a dazzling big sniper appeared in Qin Feng's hand. The body of the gun was surrounded by white electric light, and it even made a sizzling sound. This kind of subtle movement was difficult to be noticed by others, but it did not escape the ears of Long Aotian and Wu Qiming. When the 2 looked at the 100 miles light sniper, their expressions changed. It was the first time they had seen such a strange weapon. Rumble. Just as the 2 were guessing the function of the light sniper, there was a loud explosion, and a blue fire dragon spewed out from the light sniper, instantly burning a fault in the air. Several gate of witchcraft's disciples could not escape in time and were all buried in the sea of fire. This was the heavenly fire spirit sunflower, ranked 25th in the northern sand continent, the nemesis of ghost cultivators. Ayaya, you grandson, how dare you kill my gate of witchcraft's disciples? This ghost immortal wants you to die a horrible death. Wu Qiming screamed in anger, but under the power of the heavenly fire, he could only flee in all directions. On the other hand, Long Aotian was much calmer. He casually struck out a few palms, and a huge palm print appeared in the air in front of him, blocking the spirit sunflower's flames. Humph, it's just a heavenly fire. It can only show off in front of cultivators below the Buddha light stage. In the eyes of a revered, true spirit, a heavenly fire is nothing. Long Out-Yen's words were arrogant, but he did have the capital to be arrogant. This true spirit level 6 old man was not as simple as he looked on the surface. He was one of the 8 great supremes of the northern sand continent, and if he was ruthless, he could even kill a late true spirit stage cultivator. The power of the heavenly fire had lost its effect, so Qin Feng immediately took out the heaven bell. When the heaven bell appeared, Long Out-Yen's eyes lit up. He recognized this as the true weapon of the Red Flower Hall's Hall Master, Bai Zhanfei. He did not expect it to fall into Qin Feng's hands. In that case, Bai Zhanfei was really killed by Qin Feng. However, Long Out-Yen could not understand how Qin Feng could kill Bai Zhanfei, who was at true spirit level 4, when he was merely at the Buddha light stage. Rumble. While he was lost in his thoughts, a new round of flame attacks flew over. The heavenly fire spirit sunflower was accelerated by the 100-mile light sniper and strengthened by the heaven bell. It was like a giant dragon that could devour the heavens, bringing with it an aura that could destroy everything. Chapter 1806. Damn Dant, I will definitely kill you today. Long Out-Yen was infuriated. He clapped his hands, and an 8-sided square cauldron appeared in front of him. When the square cauldron first appeared, it was only the size of a fist. However, within a few breaths' time, it grew bigger and bigger until it was as big as Qin Feng's heaven bell. It hovered above Long Out-Yen's head and spun rapidly. Wu Qiming retreated in fear when he saw the blue fire dragon pouncing towards him. However, Long Out-Yen didn't move from his original position. He casually slapped out with his palm, and a gigantic palm imprint brought with it the aura of rolling thunderclouds. It slammed into the fire dragon's body and instantly dissipated it. Whoosh! The fire dragon was dispersed, but it didn't disappear. It turned into a rain of fire that rained down from the sky. Countless balls of fire burned in the wind. Its aura wasn't any weaker than that of the fire dragon. In fact, it was even more ferocious. Is this kid a Buddha light stage cultivator? His power is too terrifying. Wu Qiming's eyes were filled with shock. He was completely stunned by the scene of the rain of fire. This wasn't an ordinary fire. It was the northern sand continent's 25th ranked heavenly fire spiritual sunflower. As a ghost cultivator, the heavenly fire was their nemesis. When Wu Qiming was in the rain of fire, he felt as though he had fallen into the netherworld. It's just a small trick. Break. However, Long Out-Yen stood his ground and didn't move. He had an indifferent expression on his face. The 8-sided cauldron above his head spun even faster, to the point that it created afterimages. Following Long Out-Yen's roar, countless cauldron shadows shot out from the 8-sided square cauldron. These cauldron shadows were layers of golden light that clashed with the rain of fire. Loud sounds rang out. When the flames clashed with the cauldron shadows, they automatically dissipated. The cauldron shadows also dimmed and disappeared. However, the square cauldron above Long Out-Yen's head continued to spin and create new cauldron shadows. One of the northern sand continent's 8 great spiritual cauldrons, the 8-sided exquisite cauldron. Wu Qiming suddenly exclaimed. Long Out-Yen's face was filled with arrogance. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes. The 8-sided square cauldron above his head was just as Wu Qiming had said. It was one of the northern sand continent's 8 great spiritual cauldrons. The 8-faced exquisite cauldron was a non-elemental spiritual cauldron that was suitable for refining elixirs of various attributes. It also had a powerful defensive ability. When Qin Feng heard about the northern sands continent's 8 great spiritual cauldrons, he immediately thought of the Heaven's Limit Cauldron that Long Qianjun intended to give him. It was said to be one of the northern sands continent's 8 great spiritual cauldrons, the Water Spiritual Cauldron. However, Qin Feng had the Heaven and Earth Cauldron in his system. Back then, he had rejected the Heaven and Earth Cauldron as a gift. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it a little. This was because he realized that the 8 great spiritual cauldrons of the northern sand continent weren't just simply used for concocting pills. For example, the 8-sided exquisite cauldron used by Long Outyen had a very strong defense. However, there was no point in saying all this now. Qin Feng felt that he had fallen into a huge predicament. He could only hide in the level 6 defense formation and did not dare to go out. He wanted to use the 100-kilometer light sniper to shoot the heavenly fire to repel Long Outyen and Wu Qiming. But he found that the heavenly fire had no effect on Long Outyen. When the fiery rain disappeared, Long Outyen laughed arrogantly, "Ha! The 25th ranked heavenly fire spirit sunflower is only SOSO. In other words, the heavenly fire falling into your hands is a waste." Qin Feng could not refute Long Outyen's words. He knew that the heavenly fire needed to be nurtured, and the best resource to nurture it was a cultivator's inner qi and true essence. Therefore, the higher the level of a cultivator, the faster they could nurture the heavenly fire. When Qin Feng first obtained the spirit sunflower and the purple serene flame, he was only a Saint King realm cultivator. Until now, he had not seen these 2 flames level up. The 8-faced exquisite cauldron was still floating above Long Outyen's head, but it had stopped rotating. Or rather, it was rotating very slowly. Qin Feng realized that activating the cauldron would consume a lot of inner qi. Therefore, he used the 100-kilometer light sniper and the sky bell to attack twice. However, the results were disappointing. The flames that filled the sky were all blocked by the cauldron. Therefore, Qin Feng immediately realized another problem. Even if activating the 8-faced exquisite cauldron consumed a lot of inner qi, it was not difficult for Long Outyen, who was at the 6th level of the true spirit realm, to activate this kind of true weapon level treasure. In other words, perhaps when the 100-kilometer light sniper could not withstand the spirit sunflower flame, Long Outyen could still freely activate the 8-faced exquisite cauldron to rotate. As a result, Qin Feng was once again in a desperate situation. Among his long-range attack methods, the 100-kilometer light sniper and the heavenly fire were the most lethal. Now that these 2 methods were suppressed, if he could not think of another way as soon as possible, the final result would be that Long Outyen and Wu Qiming would join forces to break through the 6th level defense array and kill him. The fierce attacks had already exploded on the defense array. Being in the array, Qin Feng could clearly feel that the defense array's energy was rapidly weakening. However, he could not think of a way to escape in such a short time. As a last resort, he planned to use the rank 7 escape talisman given by Immortal Barefoot. However, he saw a faint light appear in the valley not far away. Is that the entrance to the Violet Cloud Valley secret realm? Not only did Qin Feng notice the faint light, but Wu Qiming and Long Outyen also looked over. Wu Qiming immediately stopped his attacks, and his eyes shone brightly. The Violet Cloud Valley was one of the 8 legendary sacred realms in the northern sand continent. Any cultivator who was fated to enter would be able to step into the true spirit realm in the future. Furthermore, there were rumors that almost all of the virtual god realm experts in the northern sand continent had been to the Violet Cloud Valley secret realm. Wu Qiming was only at the peak of Ghost Immortal level 9, which was comparable to an orthodox cultivator at the true spirit realm level 2. He had always yearned to enter this mysterious treasure land. But unfortunately, the jade plates of the Violet Cloud Valley were so rare that even he had no way of obtaining one. It really is the entrance to the Violet Cloud Valley secret realm. This entrance appeared randomly. Many cultivators were lucky enough to obtain the jade plate of the Violet Cloud Valley, but they were unable to find the entrance to the secret realm their entire lives. Now that the entrance is right in front of us, we don't have the jade plate to enter. Long Outyen sighed. This was why people often said that those who were fated to enter would have a meteoric rise in cultivation. However, Long Outyen didn't have the jade plate of the Violet Cloud Valley, so he felt that he wasn't the fated one. It wasn't until the two of them mentioned that it was the entrance to the Violet Cloud Valley secret realm that Qin Feng came to a sudden realization. That faint light was less than 200 meters away from him, and coincidentally, he had set up a teleportation array there. Suddenly, a strange energy wave spread out. The commotion was huge, and it felt like the space around Qin Feng was shaking. Long Out Yen and Wu Qiming's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. They couldn't understand Qin Feng's current actions at all. What is that kid doing? Did he put away the rank 6 defensive array? Wu Qiming let out a strange cry. Long Out Yen was stunned on the spot. He couldn't answer Wu Qiming's question, because he couldn't find the answer to this question either. Qin Feng actually put away the defensive array? What was the difference between that and seeking death? Chapter 1807. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound. A huge palm print condensed in the void and instantly enveloped Qin Feng. Wu Qiming hurriedly screamed, "Ayaya! President Long's palm is too reckless. Isn't that kid going to be slapped to death?" Violet Cloud Valley's secret territory requires a jade token to enter. He'll only be ejected if he tries to force his way in. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Qiming suddenly shut his mouth, revealing a shocked expression. Not only him, but Long Out Yen's eyes also almost fell to the ground. When he unleashed that palm strike with all his might, he regretted it. Qin Feng would definitely die under that palm strike. In that case, the pill recipe for the Spirit Surge pill, the Heavenly Fire Spirit Sunflower, and the many treasures on Qin Feng's body might all be lost. However, the two of them clearly thought too much. The palm print missed and smashed a mountain peak into pieces, but Qin Feng disappeared into thin air and actually entered the Violet Cloud Valley's secret territory. He went in? Wu Qiming looked astonished, as if he was talking to himself. Long Out Yen came back to his senses. His expression was so cold that it was about to freeze. "Looks like the news I received is true. That Qin guy went to Ouyang Manor. He most likely cured Madame Zixia and obtained Ouyang Jun's Violet Cloud Valley Jade token." Wu Qiming suddenly realized that the news of Qin Feng in Violet Cloud City was actually spread by Elder Wu Shi. Now that he thought about it carefully, Long Out Yen's guess was most likely true. Did this kid save the divine continent in his previous life? His luck is so heaven-defying. Wu Qiming began to feel jealous of Qin Feng. This kid only had 3 changes of Buddha aura, yet he escaped unscathed from the 4 sects encirclement and even killed all the disciples from the 4 sections. Long Out Yen was depressed thinking about this. He didn't know how to explain this to the Dragon's Soul, sect master, when he returned. It's a good thing that this kid entered the Violet Cloud Valley's secret territory. Long Out Yen suddenly sneered. Wu Qiming couldn't understand his thoughts at all, but before he could ask, Long Out Yen continued. "Rumor has it that there are many resources in Violet Cloud Valley's mystic realm. There are countless spirit herbs, spirit beasts, and materials for forging and setting up formations. When that surnamed Qin guy comes out with those treasures, won't those things be ours?" Wu Qiming had an epiphany. In the end, Qin Feng was only a Buddha's light stage cultivator. The reason why he could kill so many disciples today and still escape unscathed was firstly because he had the protection of the level 6 defensive array, and secondly because his luck was heaven-defying and he just happened to run into the entrance of the Violet Cloud Valley. Otherwise, even if he gave it his all, it would be hard for him to escape death today. I heard that Violet Afterglow Valley's exit is the same as the entrance, constantly changing. Could it be that we're going to wait here? Wu Qiming asked. "If you want to guard this place, you can stay here alone. I need to return and report the situation. Even though the Northern Sand region is huge, the Dragonrise Merchant Guild's influence is everywhere. Even if that Qin fella hides at the ends of the world, the Dragonrise Merchant Guild will still find him." Long Out Yen flew away. Wu Qiming stood at the entrance of the violet cloud valley and cursed a few times before turning into a black fog and disappearing into the distance. Qin Feng was gambling with his life. He put away the level 6 defensive array and used the teleportation array to enter the violet cloud valley's secret territories entrance. Luckily, his gamble was successful. The instant he entered the secret territories entrance, the violet cloud valley jade tablet on him sensed something and brought him into a space of nothingness. As a level 4 formation grandmaster, and having experienced teleportation arrays more than once, Qin Feng knew where he was being teleported to. Moreover, the distance of this teleportation array was definitely very far. Even with his Buddha's light 3 changes cultivation, he still felt dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng fell into an unfamiliar desert. When he looked around, he felt a sense of familiarity, yet distance. This is the Violet Cloud Valley's secret territory? Qin Feng was somewhat disappointed. According to the rumors, there were many spirit herbs in the Violet Cloud Valley's secret territory. Spirit beasts ran amok, and there was even a spirit vein hidden within. However, in front of him was a boundless desert. Apart from the spirit chi being denser than outside, there was not a single living plant within a radius of several hundred miles. Why do I feel that this place is somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before? Qin Feng calmed himself down and planned to sit on the flying cloud, all to look elsewhere. Since the outside world said that the Violet Cloud Valley was one of the northern sand region's 8 sacred territories, there was naturally a reason for it. Perhaps he just hadn't found the right place yet. However, before he could take out the soaring cloud a dangerous aura gushed out from all directions. Countless small sand dunes suddenly emerged from the ground of the desolate desert. Each and every one of those sand dunes had an unknown object hidden within them, and they were rapidly drilling towards him. Rumble! Without hesitation, Qin Feng slashed with his blade. The golden phoenix brought with it a several 100-meter-long blade aura, splitting the sand in front of him into 2. The small sand dunes that were hit by the blade aura exploded into flying sand, and countless giant poisonous scorpions flew out from the surrounding sand dunes. Poisonous scorpion slaughterhouse? The moment Qin Feng saw the giant poisonous scorpions, he involuntarily uttered the name. He suddenly realized why he felt a sense of familiarity when he first arrived at this desert. This place was the same as the Poison Sun City he had been to in the Divine Great Land, and the area before him was exactly the same as the poisonous scorpion slaughterhouse. However, the poisonous scorpions hidden in this desert were slightly larger than those in the Divine Great Land. Although there were many poisonous scorpions, they were only low-level beasts. When Qin Feng's blade fell a few times, the desert was already littered with the corpses of the poisonous scorpions. The poisonous scorpions here even had the same body structure as those in the poisonous scorpion slaughterhouse in the Divine Great Land, with shiny spirit stones hidden behind their heads. Qin Feng wasn't in the mood to collect these small spirit stones, nor did he chase after the poisonous scorpions that were scared away. He suddenly arrived at the Violet Cloud Valley's secret territory. Before he could fully understand the situation here, he discovered a new situation. Qin Feng began to believe that this place was a part of the Divine Great Land because Su Ruoro and the other women were transported from the Divine Great Land to the Divine Supreme Mainland. However, Qin Feng could not figure out how the 2 continents merged 2 years ago. After realizing that this was Poison Sun City, Qin Feng became more familiar with the surroundings. Previously, he had specifically gone to Poison Sun City to look for Su Ruoro, Chioya, and the Thousand Illusion Child, so he was very familiar with this place. Half an hour later, Qin Feng drove the flying cloud all out of the boundless desert. He was pleasantly surprised to find that this place really was the Poison Sun City of the Divine Great Land. He arrived at the Fire Beast Battalion according to the terrain in his memory and saw the scenery of an oasis dotted with stars. However, Qin Feng also discovered something different. This wasn't the Poison Sun City that he was familiar with. This was because the Violet Cloud Valley Secret Realm was much larger than Poison Sun City. On the way here, he passed by a few places that he had never seen before. Master, when the Divine Mainland merged 2 years ago, not only did it merge with the Divine Mainland, but many other planes were also merged. Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded. Qianfen understood what he meant. The Poison Sun City in front of him was most likely a new plane formed after the Poison Sun City of the Divine Continent merged with another plane. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the immortal island that was created by the system. When the Divine Mainland had merged, the immortal island had also merged with it. However, Qianfen hadn't sensed anything until now. When he saw Poison Sun City, he realized that the immortal island was also on the Divine Mainland. Moreover, it might exist in some corner of the other 3 continents. The Divine Continent's Poison Sun City was vast, and it was one of the training grounds used by cultivators to complete missions. There were dozens of mission locations, such as the Venomous Scorpion Slaughterhouse, the Fire Beast Camp, the Sandstone Array, the Origin of Storms, the Blazing Fire Spring, and so on back then in order to find Su Ruaro and the other 2 women. Qianfen had practically searched every corner of Poison Sun City. The Earth Fire Purple Serene Flame that he now possessed was also found at the legendary Heavenly Fire Mission Point. After flying for an unknown period of time, Qianfen felt a few powerful divine senses sweep over, followed by an aged voice. "Fellow Taoist, please come over and have a chat." Qianfen quickly found the source of the voice. It came from a sandy area several thousand meters away. Although it was a little far, he could tell that the other party was at least a mid-stage true spirit expert. Otherwise, their divine senses wouldn't be able to reach him. Finally, he met a living person in the Violet Cloud Valley's secret territory. For a moment, Qianfen didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. This place was definitely a world of experts. With his current cultivation of the 3 changes of Buddha aura, how could he deal with a cultivator who was shouting? In the blink of an eye, the soaring cloud all had already crossed the distance. Qianfen had no choice but to land on the sandy area. Since the other party only shouted and didn't forcefully stop him, there was naturally room for negotiation. If he ignored everything and left now, it was very likely that the other party would attack him out of anger. 3 seniors. May I know why you are looking for this junior? As soon as he came down from the soaring cloud, Qianfen's heart tensed up. There were 3 old men standing on the sandy area. Their auras were incomparably strong. Even he couldn't see through them. The 3 people's gazes fell on Qianfen. Greed flashed in their eyes. They had their eyes on the soaring cloud, all that Qianfen used. Its flying speed had definitely reached the level of a true artifact. Even though the 3 of them were true spirit realm experts, they only used low-grade true artifact level aircraft. It was very likely that it wasn't as good as Qianfen's soaring cloud all. However, the 3 of them didn't mention the soaring cloud all. Instead, the old man who shouted for Qianfen to land spoke. "My name is Zhang Shuefeng. This is Bai Ling. This is Black Face." Qianfen carefully scanned the 3 people. Although he couldn't see through their realms, he could see that the old man who spoke had the strongest aura. He should be the man leading the 3. As for the cultivator called Black Face, he was wearing a black mask. That mask was a spirit artifact, so he couldn't see through his appearance. Qianfen knew that Black Face definitely wasn't the cultivator's real name. It was just an alias he made up because of the mask. As for whether Zhang Shuefeng and Bai Ling's names were real, Qianfen couldn't be sure. "Junior Zhang Shui, I happen to pass by this place. If the 3 seniors don't have anything else, Junior will take his leave first." Before entering the teleportation array, Qianfen had changed his appearance. Now that Qianfen and Xiaofeng's identities were famous in the northern Sand Continent, he had no choice but to use the identity of Zheng Shui. Seeing that Qianfen was in a hurry to leave, Zhang Shuifeng immediately said, "Fellow cultivator, don't be in a hurry. I believe that you came here to find the purple spectral flame. The three of us also came here for it. Moreover, we don't know each other. A few days ago, we met here and planned to form a team. Why don't you join our team?" Qin Fen already knew the harsh conditions to enter the Purple Cloud Valley's secret territory. Not only did they need a jade plate, they also needed to encounter the entrance of the Purple Cloud Valley. From this, it seemed that the cultivators who could enter the Purple Cloud Valley's secret territory wouldn't have a low cultivation. If they formed a team, it would indeed reduce a lot of risk. However, Qin Fen didn't believe that Zhang Shuifeng and the other two really wanted to form a team with him. These three old guys had all stepped into the true spirit realm, and he had only shown the 3 changes of Buddha aura. If he brought them along, he would instead be a burden to Zhang Shuifeng and the other two. Although he guessed this in his heart, Qin Fen wouldn't say it out loud. If he caused the other party to shed all pretense of cordiality, he wouldn't even know how he died. It is Junior's honor to form a team with the 3 seniors. However, Junior has no intention of finding the purple spectral flame. Qin Fen tactfully refused. Zhang Shuifeng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his calm expression. Young hero Zheng Shui. Legend has it that the heavenly fire land hides the purple spectral flame, ranked 5th on the divine supreme continent. Every cultivator who enters the Purple Cloud Valley will come here to try their luck. I know that young hero has his guard up, but you don't have to be like this. If we have any ill intentions towards you, we can attack at any time. Why do this unnecessary thing?" Zhang Shuifeng said that he was just and selfless, but this was the divine supreme continent. No cultivator would help others for no reason. The more he acted like this, the more Qin Fen felt that there was a big problem with this person. Qin Fen felt a bit amused. According to the legend, the purple spectral flame of the heavenly fire land had already been taken away by him. However, this matter couldn't be said, or else he would die without a burial. Since Senior is kind enough to help, then Junior will not be polite. I'm just afraid of burdening the 3 seniors. Qin Fen really wanted to leave, but he knew that he couldn't leave now. He had no choice but to compromise for now. It wouldn't be too late to leave when he found an opportunity. Seeing that he agreed, Zhang Shuifeng and Bai Ling's eyes lit up. As for the black-masked cultivator, his entire face was covered, and even his facial features couldn't be seen. After joining the group, the 3 of them didn't show any unusual behavior. Along the way, Zhang Shuifeng asked Qin Fen some personal questions, as if he was secretly probing for something. Bai Ling and the black-masked cultivator didn't speak along the way. Only then did Qin Fen realize that the 3 of them really didn't seem to know each other before. After walking for half a day, the 4 of them arrived at the depths of the heavenly fire land. In front of them was a boundless desert, and the surrounding environment was extremely harsh. The sandstorm never stopped. If it weren't for them using their inner qi to create a layer of protection around themselves, they would have been torn to pieces by the raging sandstorm. Senior Zhang, the environment in front is getting worse and worse. Are we still going to go deeper? Qin Fen suddenly stopped. He couldn't be more familiar with this area. If they continued forward, they would reach the source of the volcano. Back then, the giant winged fire demon was guarding this place. There was also a gigantic fire demon tree, and the purple spectral flame was hidden under the volcano. Young hero Zhang, the legendary purple spectral flame of the earth fire, often appears in front of us. However, there's a 7th grade fire beast guarding this place. If we encounter a fire beast, we'll work together to kill it. If we find the purple spectral flame, we'll split the fire seed evenly. Oh, right. Your cultivation is the lowest, so take this talisman. If you see that fire beast, just throw it on its body. Chapter 1808. Qin Fen took Zhang Shuifeng's talisman and sneered in his heart. This was a level 6 talisman. Others might not be able to recognize it, But with Qin Feng's experience, he could tell that it was a level 6 trapping talisman. Trapping talismans and trapping arrays were very different, but their effects were almost the same. A level 5 trapping array could trap by Zhang Fei, who was in the 4th true spirit realm. It could be imagined how powerful a level 6 trapping array was. But Zhang Shuefeng gave Qin Feng a level 6 trapping talisman that could attack the fire demon. There was clearly some kind of scheme hidden within. Qin Feng didn't even need to think to know that the 3 of them were using him as bait to trap the fire demon, and then the 3 of them would work together to kill the fire demon. However, these 3 crafty old men had clearly found the wrong person. They had found Qin Feng, who was even more shrewd than them. Their seemingly flawless secret plan had been discovered by Qin Feng from the very beginning. Qin Feng was no longer thinking about the level 6 trapping talisman. He had another doubt. Wasn't the giant winged fire demon guarding the purple flame already subdued by him? Where was the fire demon guarding it now? Just as Qin Feng was guessing, a wild roar came from the depths of the sand. However, with this roar, the weather changed dramatically and the surrounding environment became even worse. The already fierce sandstorm rampaged everywhere. If an ordinary person was thrown into this place, he would probably be torn to pieces in an instant. The expressions of Zhang Shuefeng and the others changed as they retreated 100 meters away. It's that fire demon beast that appeared. It seems like the purple flame is nearby. The black-masked cultivator spoke with a voice filled with excitement. Don't think about the purple flame for now. We'll talk about it after we eliminate that fire demon beast. Bai Ling's voice was very serious. Zhang Shuefeng quickly shouted at Qin Feng in the sandstorm. Young hero Zhang, quickly use the talisman I gave you to attack the fire demon beast. When the fire demon appeared, the 3 old men immediately retreated and let Qin Feng charge in front. This action completely revealed their intentions. But Qin Feng pretended not to know as he stood in the center of the sandstorm. He remembered that he had subdued the giant winged fire demon in the Divine Continent, so he really wanted to see what kind of monster was hiding in the shadows. Soon, a huge figure appeared, faintly discernible in the sandstorm. When he saw that silhouette, Qin Feng's heart began to race. He was sure that it wasn't a gigantic winged fire demon. At the very least, it was 5 or 6 times larger than the fire demons he had subdued in the divine Great Land. That fellow was like a moving mountain, as if it brought a pressure to people's souls. 7th rank beast race. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Another huge figure immediately appeared in his mind. That was the time when he had taken the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's flying ship to explore the Fallen God Sea. On the way, he had encountered a rank 7 one-horned sea beast. However, Qin Feng did not even have the slightest desire to fight against a level 7 beast clan. A beast clan of this level was comparable to a true spirit realm expert. When Long Outyen fought against the one-horned sea beast, he used all his strength and only managed to severely injure the sea beast, allowing it to escape. However, the monster in front of him seemed to be even more ferocious than the one-horned sea beast. Seeing that the huge figure was getting closer, Qin Feng planned to take out his flying sword and leave this place. However, before he could move, his body suddenly froze on the spot. For a moment, he actually forgot to escape. The huge figure became clearer. It actually looked exactly like the gigantic winged fire demon. It had red skin that was as hard as a boulder, and a pair of huge wings grew on its back. However, its body was slightly larger. Roar, roar! The gigantic winged fire demon clearly discovered Qin Feng and roared at him. Immediately, a storm surged, blowing Qin Feng until he could barely stand. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity towards this fire demon beast. This feeling was very strange. Even Qin Feng himself could not explain it. He guessed that it was very likely because this fire demon beast in front of him was the same species as the gigantic winged fire demon he had subdued. Master, There's no doubt that this is a gigantic winged fire demon. Looking at its body, it should be middle-aged or old. It's very likely that it's the elder of the fire demon that Master subdued. Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Fen's feelings were a bit complicated. It turned out that there wasn't just one fire demon beast guarding the legendary land of heavenly fire, but an entire race. He knew very well that Zhang Xuefeng and the others wanted to kill this fire demon beast. With their realms, it was very likely that they would succeed in the end. If it was any other beast race, Qin Fen definitely would not meddle. Right now, he could not even protect himself. However, he had subdued a gigantic winged fire demon and treated it like a child. How could he harden his heart and ignore it now? Young hero Zhang, you still haven't made a move? If you don't, it'll be too late. Zhang Xuefeng's urging voice came from afar. Qin Fen wanted nothing more than to rush over and hack this sinister old man in half. However, he knew that his strength was far from enough. If he went, he would only be sending himself to death. Seniors, this fire demon beast is very fierce. I feel that even if we join forces, we won't be its opponent. Why don't we go back and think about it? Qin Fen tried to persuade them, but Zhang Xuefeng and the others clearly had no intention of retreating. Young hero Zhang, don't be afraid. I gave you a level 7 fire talisman. As long as you throw it on the monster, you will definitely be able to severely injure it. Then, the 4 of us will join forces to kill the monster and obtain the purple flame together. Zhang Xuefeng threw out the bait again. If it was an ordinary Buddha Light Realm cultivator, they would definitely be enchanted by the purple flame of the earth fire and then listen to Zhang Xuefeng's words. However, Qin Fen was not an ordinary Buddha Light Realm cultivator. The treasures and knowledge he had were even more powerful than many true spirit realm powerhouses. Realizing that these 3 old men had no intention of retreating, Qin Fen immediately changed his strategy and shouted to the people behind him, "All right, I will listen to Senior Zhang. However, don't hide so far away. If the level 7 fire talisman doesn't hit that fire demon beast, you guys can save my life." The 3 of them originally wanted to wait for Qin Fen to use the trapping talisman to trap the fire demon before making a move. However, they felt Qin Fen's fear. If they didn't rush over now, maybe the kid with the 3 changes of Buddha light would be scared away. The 3 of them looked at each other, and in the next moment, they flew to the center of the storm. However, before they could land, they saw Qin Fen suddenly rushing over. "Young hero Zhang, what are you doing?" Zhang Xuefeng raised his eyebrows, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. However, before he finished speaking, a paper talisman flew over. The paper talisman was originally only the size of a palm, but it kept growing in the air. Finally, it fell from the sky like a yellow sky net, completely trapping the 3 of them. "You 3 old men, how dare you use a trapping talisman to trap me? This is retribution." When the trapping talisman trapped the 3 of them, Qin Fen let out a long sigh of relief. These were 3 true spirit realm powerhouses, and Qin Fen guessed that they were at least in the late stage of true spirit realm. Any one of them could kill him in an instant. It was Qin Fen's first time using a level 6 trapping talisman. The powerful effect made him marvel. The paper talisman was like a 5 fingers mountain, pressing Zhang Xuefeng and the other 2 in the storm, unable to escape. Everything happened so quickly that the 3 of them were still in a daze when they were trapped. Although Qin Fen had some sneak attacks when he threw the talisman, with the realms of Zhang Xuefeng and the other 2, even a sneak attack from Qin Fen would not succeed. It was a pity that the 3 of them did not take Qin Fen seriously from the beginning. They did not expect that because of a moment of carelessness, they would be tricked by Qin Fen. "Damn it, we were tricked by that ant." The black-masked cultivator cursed. Unfortunately, he was wearing a mask, so Qin Fen could not see his angry expression. Bai Ling was also angry, but he was not in the mood to curse. He was trying his best to attack the trapping talisman trying to escape. However, the level 6 trapping talisman was so powerful that it could not be broken in a short time. Not far away, the huge black shadow was getting closer and closer. The three of them were so anxious that they wanted to curse. Young hero Zhang Shuai, what is the meaning of this? Hurry up and lure that fire demonic beast away, or our lives will be in danger. At the critical moment, Zhang Shuefeng put on a good guy face again. His acting skills had reached the point of perfection. However, in front of Zhang Shuai, who had won an Oscar on Earth, his acting skills were very lacking. I think you still don't understand the situation. It's the three of you who are in danger. What does this have to do with me? Qin Fen laughed coldly. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense with these three treacherous old men. Moreover, the giant winged fire demon was already close. Although Qin Fen felt close to it, this level 7 spirit beast did not recognize Qin Fen. With a flash of golden light, Qin Fen disappeared into the storm on his flying sword. The giant winged fire demon only roared in the direction he left, but did not chase after him. Perhaps in the eyes of this fire demon, Qin Fen's realm was nothing to be afraid of. It was more concerned about the existence of Zhang Shuefeng and the other two. As for what would happen next, Qin Fen was not clear. However, he was not worried about the safety of the giant winged fire demon. Zhang Shuefeng and the other two were trapped by the level 6 trapping talisman. He believed that they would not be able to break free in a short time. In this kind of situation, they were like human targets for the giant winged fire demon. After flying for a few thousand meters, Qin Fen landed on the peak of a volcano. He originally planned to fly away from this land of legendary heavenly fire because the purple flame no longer existed here. However, when he passed by the source of the volcano, he felt a hot and familiar feeling. The purple flame? There's a purple flame under this volcano? Qin Fen was stunned. Because he had subdued the purple flame's fire seed, he could feel it more clearly than anyone else. There was definitely a purple flame's fire seed hidden under the volcano he was stepping on. For a moment, he could not understand it. He even began to wonder if this place was Poison Sun City that had merged with the Divine Great Land. The environment and geographical location were exactly the same. But why did the purple flame still exist here? Master, you have a misunderstanding about heavenly flames. Legend has it that these heavenly flames were scattered from a higher plane during a great war between the gods tens of thousands of years ago. The flames fell into the divine great land and even other planes. After tens of thousands of years, they grew and became the heavenly flames we see today. These fire seeds do not exist alone. For example, the purple flame that Master possesses. In this land of legendary heavenly flames, there might be a few similar fire seeds hidden. Chapter 1809. After finding out that there really was a purple flame seed at the bottom of the volcano, Qin Fen jumped down. This volcano was unfathomably deep, and he didn't know how long he had been falling. The surrounding temperature became hotter and hotter, and the walls of the volcano became a fiery red, as if they were on fire. Qin Fen felt like his body couldn't take it anymore. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his skin felt like it was being roasted on fire. The blood in his body was boiling, and it seemed like it was going to burst out of his blood vessels. With a muffled sound, Qin Feng's body emitted a dark purple flame. This was the release of the purple flame that he had subdued. After the purple flame appeared, the scorching temperature in the volcano returned to normal. The unbearable feeling in Qin Feng's body also disappeared. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he finally reached the underground. He was surrounded by a volcanic cave, which was very similar to the cave where he subdued the purple serene flame. On top of a fiery red rock pool, a ball of purple flame fire seed was quietly burning. The flame had already developed intelligence and seemed to have no ill intentions towards Qin Fen. It was curiously sizing him up. Master, you've already subdued a purple flame seed, so the same kind of fire seed will feel close to you, Little Pig explained. Qin Feng realized that his previous guess was correct. After he released the purple flame seed in the cave sensed its companion's aura and became docile. If other cultivators saw the purple serene flame, which was ranked 5th on the divine continent, they would be ecstatic. However, Qin Feng was pondering whether he should subdue the purple serene flame before him. This was because he had already subdued a purple flame. If he subdued the fire seed before him, it would not take too much effort. However, even if he did subdue it, it would not be of much help to him. After some consideration, Qin Feng decided to keep the purple serene flame for himself. After all, it was the 5th-ranked earth fire on the divine continent. He could give it to his woman or sell it to other cultivators at a high price. It only took him 2 hours to subdue the fire seed. Now he already had 2 amethyst flame fire seeds. However, the instant the purple flame was taken away, a burst of dense spiritual energy surged from the fiery red rock pool. Qin Feng only took a breath and immediately felt refreshed. Little Pig, what's going on? Qin Feng suddenly became vigilant. He wasn't happy because of the sudden increase in spirit qi around him. Because he had experienced too many dangerous places, he knew that there must be something wrong with everything. However, this time, Qin Feng was too nervous. He heard Little Pig say, "Master, the heavenly flame needs the supply of spiritual energy to survive, and they usually grow in places with abundant spiritual energy. Rumor has it that there is a huge spiritual vein hidden underground in the Jiangchuan area, and it is said that there are at least 2 kinds of purple flame kindling in the land of heavenly fire, which means that the spiritual vein is very likely to be underground." Qin Feng couldn't help but admire the little pig's intelligence. It seemed that this little fellow couldn't compare to the intelligence of its species on Earth. Qin Feng knew very well what a spirit vein represented. He had a spirit vein in his astral world, and it was the one he had stolen from the secret realm of the fallen god island. Therefore, when Qin Feng found out that there might be a huge spirit vein beneath his feet, he was extremely excited. Rumble! There was no time to waste. Qin Feng leaped up and landed with his saber. The golden phoenix slashed out a golden saber energy that was hundreds of meters long. However, the ground of the cave was not as hard as Qin Feng had imagined. With just one slash, a crack as thick as a person's waist appeared. Spirit qi surged up from the crack. It was even denser than the spirit qi in the astral world. Qin Feng resisted the urge to cultivate on the spot. He lay on the ground and looked down. He found that it was another unfathomably deep black hole. Qin Feng didn't know if there was any danger hidden under the black hole, but he used his divine sense to scan it. He didn't sense any danger, and it was very likely that there was a spirit vein hidden under the black hole. Even if there was danger, Qin Feng had to take the risk. He leaped down and began to fall endlessly. This time, it took longer than falling into the cave. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any trouble during the fall. When the tip of his feet touched the ground, Qin Feng suddenly felt a sense of security. He immediately looked around and was shocked by the scene in front of him. He was surrounded by dark cliffs. He didn't know how deep this place was from the surface. There was no light at all. He couldn't even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. In front of Qin Feng was a wide riverbed. The river in it was sparkling like the beautiful Milky Way at night. Qin Feng could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary river, but a whole spirit vein. This spirit vein was twice as wide as the spirit vein he collected in the secret realm of the god-fallen island. The dense spirit qi it emitted seemed to be condensed into a substance. There were some flowers and grasses growing beside the riverbed. The lowest rank was a rank 4 spirit grass, and these spirit grasses didn't attract Qin Feng's attention. At this moment, he was staring at a few balls of dark flames floating above the spirit vein. They were all mysterious fire seeds. Black lotus. That should be the 58th earth fire black lotus. Elder Su used this fire seed. 16th earth fire, white glory. 25th heaven fire, blue heart flame, spirit, sunflower. At a glance, there were more than 10 unusual fires of different colors floating above the spirit vein. This scene was like a dream, and Qin Feng was dumbstruck. However, he quickly became disappointed. When he used his divine sense to scan the unusual fires, trying to capture them, the dozen or so flames scattered like frightened birds. Phut! His speed of escape is too fast. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing above the spirit vein. It was as if the unusual fires had never appeared. Little Pig laughed and said, "Master, do you think the unusual fires of heaven and earth are so easy to subdue? Back then, you only managed to subdue the purple serene flame because you relied 70% on luck and 30% on strength. Unusual fires usually need spiritual items to lure them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to capture them." Qin Feng's appetite was too big. He didn't know that many cultivators had never seen a heavenly flame appear in front of them in their entire lives. However, he had seen more than 10 heavenly flames at once. This was something that had never happened before. Realizing that the unusual fires had long disappeared, Qin Feng could only put his thoughts aside. There was still a spirit vein waiting for him to deal with. When he saw this spirit vein, Qin Feng thought of something else. He came to Violet Cloud Valley to explore this time. Firstly, it was to find this legendary spirit vein. Secondly, it was to find the white divine bird. Qin Feng wanted to use the white spirit bird's inner core to refine the white spirit pill to repair the bright Moon Tower Master's damaged spiritual core. He also wanted to pluck a feather from the white spirit bird to refine an imprisonment. In fact, Qin Feng had already started to forge the imprisonment and had a preliminary model. However, he knew that if he didn't add the feather, the imprisonment would only be an ordinary true weapon. Only with the feather would he be able to make use of the imprisont's time function. Qin Feng was already sitting cross-legged by the riverbed. Dense spiritual energy rushed into his body, and the creation scripture automatically circulated. However, he didn't plan to cultivate now. Instead, he was setting up a spirit guiding formation. He wanted to guide this huge spirit vein into the astral world. With the experience of stealing the spirit vein in the secret land of the God-fallen island, transporting the spirit vein was much easier this time. However, the size of this underground spirit vein was beyond Qin Feng's imagination. It took a whole week to transport all the spirit veins into the astral world. When the underground spirit vein disappeared, the entire riverbed dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lush flowers and plants on both sides of the riverbank also withered instantly. Qin Feng hurriedly moved the spiritual herbs and fruits above level 5 into the herb garden in the astral world. As for the spiritual herbs below level 4, he didn't have time to care about them. After finishing his business, Qin Feng entered the astral world. After the spirit vein was moved, the underground valley became completely dark. It was like a completely sealed death cage. The astral world now had 2 spirit veins. These 2 spirit veins crisscrossed and ran through the entire astral world. The 2 spirit veins were his personal belongings. If this news were to spread to the northern sand region, everyone's jaws would probably drop to the ground. It should be known that the 5-star sects and families in the northern sand region might not even have a spirit vein that belonged to their own sect. "I'll call you the Purple Cloud Spirit Vein." Qin Feng was in a good mood. He gave this new spirit vein a name. Because of the addition of the Purple Cloud Spirit Vein, the spiritual herbs in the astral world's herb garden grew even more vigorous. Some of the spiritual herbs even grew a few segments. Some of the spiritual trees had already borne fruits. As for the main ingredient for refining the spirit surge pill, the clear spirit grass, it was spread all over the astral world. It was like a group of weeds. Seeing that the astral world, which was originally a piece of nothingness, had been transformed by him into a herb garden holy land, Qin Feng felt very proud. He also realized that after the addition of the purple cloud spirit vein, the area of the astral world had increased by a lot. It was more than 50,000 square meters. In such an environment with dense spiritual qi, Qin Feng couldn't help but sit at the intersection of the two spirit veins. He even set up a simple spirit gathering array here, causing this place to become the place with the densest spiritual qi in the astral world. In a short 2 hours, Qin Feng felt that his dantian was slightly swollen. He knew that this was a sign of a breakthrough. If other cultivators had signs of a breakthrough, they would definitely be wild with joy. However, Qin Feng was more nervous and worried. Ever since he experienced the 9 changes, true thunder thrice, he had a lingering fear of breaking through. That kind of terrifying thunder calamity was simply a life-threatening existence. However, even if Qin Feng wanted to stop cultivating, he couldn't stop the creation scripture in his body due to the dense spiritual qi in the surroundings. Qin Feng didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately started setting up the thunder storage array. He knew that if he were to leave the astral world now, it would be very difficult to wait for the next opportunity to break through. The aura in his dantian swelled, but Qin Feng didn't care. His hands madly formed array seals. He was immersed in setting up the thunder storage array. He didn't care how many thunder storage arrays he created. In short, the more he created, the higher his chances of successfully resisting the 9 changes true thunder. Chapter 1810. Unknowingly, a whole night had passed. Follow. Dream? La Qin Feng's surroundings were filled with lightning storage formations. He had spent the entire night refining this formation. So much so that even now he didn't realize that he had set up more than 100 lightning storage formations in one night. A muffled sound suddenly exploded in Qin Feng's body, startling him out of his formation. He immediately looked up at the sky above his head. The originally dark and lightless astral world had several rolling black clouds floating over. This was clearly a sign that the 9 changes true thunder had appeared. Qin Feng's expression became more and more serious as he was about to break through. He had seen too many honorables, from the Buddha aura to the true soul and even godly void god. However, he was not afraid of those peak honorables. He was more afraid of the fierce attack of the lightning tribulation. Countless formation flags were casually thrown out, and waves of powerful energy surged around Qin Feng. It turned out that the rank 6 defensive formation that he had used earlier had been reactivated. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the grade 6 defense array and the hundreds of lightning storage arrays around him. He felt more confident about his breakthrough this time. However, just as these chaotic thoughts appeared in his mind, there was a loud crackle in the sky. Several lightning bolts had already fallen to the ground. The lightning tribulation had already fallen. Qin Feng did not directly use the rank 6 defense array to block it. This array was his final trump card. He threw out a few array flags. The 5 thunder storing arrays hundreds of meters away flickered. The lightning bolts that were about to fall on top of his head instantly changed direction and exploded in the thunder storing arrays. The first 3 lightning tribulations had already consumed the capacity of 5 thunder-storing arrays. Qin Feng could not help but be amazed. He found that the lightning tribulation caused by his breakthrough to the Buddha aura had become much stronger. The next 6 lightning tribulations fell one after another. In the end, it took 50 thunder-storing arrays to completely subside. This result was beyond Qin Feng's expectations. He thought that 30 thunder-storing arrays would be enough to absorb this lightning tribulation. However, as long as he could successfully break through, the rest was not important. Qin Feng felt that the aura in his body had become purer and stronger. However, it seemed that this was not the end. The surrounding spiritual energy was still surging, actively drilling into his body. The Heart Sutra of Creation could not stop and quickly circulated. Very soon, Qin Feng felt his dantian faintly expanding. While he was shocked, he was also pleasantly surprised. Ever since he stepped into the Buddhist light realm, He hadn't had this kind of continuous breakthrough in a long time. What made him even happier was that he still had 50 thunderstoring arrays and a grade 6 defensive array that he hadn't used yet. Qin Feng believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through the 5 changes of Buddha Aura now. But after a few hours, he became depressed. Although the spiritual energy kept pouring into his body and his dantian felt like it was about to explode, he still couldn't break through. He knew that this was because he lacked the opportunity to break through. For the cultivators of the divine supreme continent, opportunities to break through were hard to come by. The higher the level of cultivation, the harder it was to find an opportunity to break through. Many cultivators at the peak of the Buddha light realm could never step into the true spirit realm, and many true spirit realm experts could never step into the void God realm. After realizing this, Qin Feng knew that he had to borrow external energy to stimulate his body and find an opportunity to break through. The first thing he thought of was the immortal Buddha pill given by the barefoot enlightened being. That was the best pill for late-stage Buddha light realm cultivators to break through. But Qin Feng couldn't treat him like an ordinary cultivator. When he broke through the 3rd changes of Buddha Aura, he ate the origin Buddha pill that only mid-stage Buddha light realm cultivators would use. Now that he had stepped into the 4th changes of Buddha Aura, he could be considered to have entered the mid-stage Buddha light realm. The pills he needed to break through were at least the pills used by late-stage Buddha light realm cultivators. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel grateful to the barefoot enlightened being. When they parted, this void God realm senior gave him many treasures. Almost all of them came in handy during this expedition to the Violet Cloud Valley. He used the grade 7 fire talisman and grade 7 thunder talisman to kill Su Peng, and the grade 6 defensive array saved his life. Now he had to use the immortal Buddha pill to break through. The bottle of immortal Buddha pill should have been used before, and there were only 6 pills left. Qin Feng could barely be considered a grade 4 pill king now. If he used his full strength, he could also refine the immortal Buddha pill. Moreover, he could refine a full batch of 12 pills. Qin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed all 6 immortal Buddha pills. If this scene was seen by the cultivators of the divine continent, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Not to mention the cultivators of the northern sand continent, even the cultivators of the south flat continent, west sea continent, and east field continent wouldn't dare to do this. When they broke through to the late-stage Buddha light realm, they would at most eat 2 immortal Buddha pills at once, and this kind of eating method was already considered dangerous. However, Qin Feng didn't just eat 6 immortal Buddha pills at once, he did it when he was in the 4th changes of Buddha Aura realm. This kind of unimaginable thing, he was probably the only person in the entire divine continent who dared to do it. But Qin Feng wasn't a lunatic. After eating the 6 immortal Buddha pills, he immediately ate the poison cleansing pill, the bone cleansing pill, the cloud melting pill, and a series of other supplementary pills. In fact, this wasn't the first time he tried eating pills like this. Previously, when he broke through from the Saint King realm to the Buddha light realm, and later when he broke through from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Buddha light realm, he did the same thing. Not only could Qin Feng kill people who were at a higher stage, but he could also eat pills that were at a higher stage. The 6 immortal Buddha pills melted in his mouth, and immediately an incomparably violent and rich spiritual energy surged. At this time, from the 2 spiritual veins, there was still a steady stream of spiritual energy flowing into Qin Feng's body. When these spiritual energies collided and fused, they seemed like they were about to condense into tangible spirit stones in Qin Feng's body. Ever since he came to the divine continent, this was the first time Qin Feng felt such a rich aura. Even the overflowing spiritual energy was released along with his breathing. Tiny crystals formed on his skin, emitting a pale purple light. This was the sign of the spiritual energy condensing into a tangible form. Bang, bang, bang. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Qin Feng's body kept on emitting muffled sounds. He felt his dantian was in an extremely inflated state. The pressure was unbearable, as if his whole body would explode if he didn't break through in the next second. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a little regretful. He felt that he had lost his rationality in his eagerness to break through. He had just broken through from the 3rd changes of Buddha aura to the 4th changes. He should have stopped and stabilized his current realm instead of crazily eating pills to continue breaking through. However, it was too late to say anything now. Fortunately, when he felt that he could no longer bear the pressure in his body, a thunderous roar exploded above his head. A new lightning tribulation had finally appeared. At this moment, Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, he was most afraid of the 9 changes true lightning. But at this moment, when he saw the lightning tribulation, he felt a little happy and expectant rumble. The first 3 lightning bolts descended violently, not giving anyone the slightest time to prepare. Fortunately, Qin Feng was prepared. He casually threw out dozens of array flags, and the lightning bolts in the sky suddenly changed direction, exploding in the thunder storage array. However, the power of this wave of lightning exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. Just the first 3 lightning tribulations had used up 10 lightning storing arrays. He remembered that when he broke through to the 4th transformation of Buddha's aura, the first 3 lightning tribulations had only filled up 5 lightning storing arrays. Just as a trace of nervousness rose in his heart, the next 3 lightning bolts had already descended. Qin Feng didn't have time to think and threw out array flags again, guiding the crisscrossing lightning bolts in the sky into the thunder storage array. Thunder roared, and the entire astral world was covered in dark clouds, shrouding the scene of doomsday. The first 6 lightning bolts could be considered to have been successfully dealt with, but Qin Feng's mood was not relaxed at all. He discovered that the remaining 50 or so thunder storage arrays had all been used up, and now there was only a level 6 defense array left. However, the killing lightning tribulation would not take his mood into consideration. Just as he was worrying, the last 3 lightning bolts descended at the same time, as if the entire sky was being torn apart, making loud crackling sounds. The originally dark sky was illuminated by bluish-purple lightning bolts, but that light flashed for a moment like a premonition before death. It was obviously too late to refine a new thunder storage array. Qin Feng immediately circulated his aura, trying to use his body to withstand the last 3 lightning bolts. Each lightning bolt was as thick as a human's waist, and just looking at it made people despair. More than 10 lightning bolts had already exploded above his head, but a layer of flashing white light suddenly appeared in midair. Rumble! The power of the 9 changes lightning tribulation was terrifying, but the first wave of lightning bolts did not break the level 6 defense array. Instead, it caused the array to shake violently a few times, and the surface of the air shield was covered with fine cracks like a spider's web, as if it was going to break at any time. Qin Feng was stunned by this scene. He was surprised by the ferocity of the lightning tribulation, and he was amazed by the power of the level 6 defense array. He was inside the array, and he could not feel the killing intent of the lightning tribulation at all. It was as if he was looking at the storm outside through a layer of glass. Whoosh! Thunder roared again, and the last 2 waves of lightning landed. The level 6 defense array seemed to have realized the ferocity and terror of this killing lightning tribulation. The array flags that were inserted into the ground shook violently, and the spirit stones on the ground floated in midair. The scene was very shocking. Under the lightning strikes, the level 6 defense array shook violently again. Qin Feng, who was inside, felt as if there was an earthquake, but after a while the movement stopped. He looked up and saw that the thunderclouds in the sky had dissipated and the spring wind blew. Everything in the astral world returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. This is the power of the level 6 defense array. It's really too powerful. Qin Feng looked at the array wall covered with cracks, and he was amazed. Under the fierce attack of the lightning tribulation, the array was still running weakly and was not destroyed. He immediately felt the aura in his body, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. His aura had become purer and stronger, which was a sign of stepping into the 5 changes of Buddha aura. After stepping into the 5 changes of Buddha aura from the 3 changes of Buddha aura, Qin Feng did not know how many times his strength had increased. At this time, he was eager to rush out and find a few early-stage true spirit realm cultivators to practice with. He felt that he could kill early-stage true spirit realm cultivators with just his martial art strength. Whoosh! But when Qin Feng was excited, there was a slight crisp sound in the sky above his head. He glanced at it casually, and his eyes almost fell to the ground. He did not know when, but there were large dark clouds floating over. This was a sign of triggering another lightning tribulation. Chapter 1811. Motherfucker, what's going on? Qin Feng cursed anxiously. Other cultivators couldn't wait to break through, but he felt like he had eaten a fly. Master, stop complaining. Who told you to eat 6 Buddha immortal pills at once? Master, don't think about getting lucky. You really are going to break through the 6 changes of Buddha aura. Little Pig added a stab at the right time. The good mood from breaking through the 5 changes of Buddha aura was instantly gone. Qin Feng also stopped complaining. He knew it was impossible to stop breaking through now unless he wanted to be stuck at the 5 changes of Buddha aura forever. The only thing he could do now was to think of a way to continue facing the tribulation. Although the thought of it made his balls ache, he had to digest the pills he ate even if he had to cry. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, a light breeze blew in all directions. That was the movement brought about by Qin Feng's rapid formation seals. Fortunately, the lightning tribulation of the 6 changes of Buddha aura didn't descend directly. It seemed to be brewing. This made Qin Feng half happy and half worried. He was happy that he had more time to refine more thunderstorming formations. He was worried that the lightning tribulation of the 6 changes of Buddha aura would be even stronger. Whoosh! Just as Qin Feng was immersed in frantically setting up formations, there was a loud noise. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. Qin Feng woke up with a start. He looked up and saw a blue-purple lightning bolt as thick as a person's waist falling down. The lightning bolt was swift and violent. It arrived above his head in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng hurriedly threw out all the formation flags in his hand and activated the 2 thunderstorming formations he had set up not long ago. However, the thunderstorming formations cracked under the lightning strike. They didn't even have the space to store lightning. Whoosh! The remaining lightning bolt immediately changed direction and exploded above Qin Feng's head. A layer of weak white formation wall appeared in the void and absorbed all the power of the lightning bolt. Motherfucker, this is only the first lightning bolt. How am I going to resist the next 8? Qin Feng looked at the dense spiderweb-like cracks on the formation wall. Despair rose in his heart. He regretted being impatient. It seemed like he would most likely die here today. Just as he was feeling distraught, the 2nd and 3rd lightning bolts fell at the same time. The originally dark sky of the astral world was instantly illuminated. The air was filled with danger. At this point, Qin Feng no longer dared to hold back. He took out all the treasures he had on him. With a casual toss, 5 palm-sized trays flew out. When they landed on the ground, the 5 trays instantly turned into 5 pool-sized teleportation arrays. It turned out that Qin Feng had won 5-level 5 transportation formation discs from Su Qi at the Genius Assembly not long ago. After the event, he took the time to perfect the formation discs. He originally wanted to use them on the transportation points in the River Creek area. Now, in order to save a life, he took them all out. However, he didn't expect that the 5-level 5 teleportation arrays would play a very good role. When the lightning struck the array, Qin Feng immediately sent the energy brought by the explosion out of the astral boundary, and he used this method to successfully deal with the second and third waves of lightning. Little pig! I didn't know that the teleportation formation could be used like this. Why didn't you remind me? Hope reignited in Qin Fun's heart, but Little Pig poured a bucket of cold water on him. Master, don't count on the level 5 teleportation arrays. The first 3 lightning bolts weren't powerful enough to destroy the formation instantly. However, the later lightning bolts will get stronger and stronger. A level 5 teleportation array definitely won't be able to withstand it. In the northern sand continent, a level 5 teleportation array was considered a high-level formation. The number 1 formation master in the northern sand continent was only a level 5 spiritual formation master. However, in front of Qin Fun's lightning bolts, a level 5 teleportation array became so fragile. This made him complain again and again. The lightning bolts he had to deal with were too deceptive. Qin Fun suddenly remembered what the barefoot enlightened being had said to him. The 1,000-year tribulation of the entire divine continent was imminent, and he was one of the people who would face the tribulation once in 1,000 years. This was such an absurd statement, but Qin Fun actually believed it now. Rumble. The rumbling thunder woke Qin Fun up from his messy thoughts. He realized that now was not the time to think about the 1,000-year tribulation. He might not even be able to keep his life. This time, 3 lightning bolts fell at the same time. The aura was obviously more ferocious than before. The moment the lightning bolts fell, Qin Fun immediately activated the teleportation arrays without thinking. However, he heard a series of explosions. All 5 teleportation arrays were destroyed. Whoosh! Fortunately, most of the lightning bolts were transmitted away. However, there were still 3 bluish-purple lightning bolts that fell on top of Qin Fun's head. There was another violent explosion. The level 6 teleportation array, which was already full of cracks, could no longer withstand it. It turned into countless spirit stone fragments and scattered on the ground. Phew! Qin Fun let out a long sigh. He had avoided the first 6 lightning bolts, but he immediately became nervous. Now that the level 6 teleportation array was destroyed, he could only use his body to withstand the remaining 3 lightning bolts. In fact, the barefoot enlightened being had given Qin Fun 3 level 6 teleportation array discs. One was set up in the Ouyang mansion, one had just been destroyed, and he still had one with him. However, that was a level 6 teleportation array. Even if he had a teleportation array disc, it would take a long time to perfect it. Qin Fun had no time to perfect another level 6 teleportation array. Originally, he wanted to set up a few more thunder-storing arrays in the gaps between the lightning bolts. However, the heavens seemed to have seen through his thoughts and didn't even give him this opportunity. Crackle! 3 balls of lightning suddenly appeared in the void. They immediately turned into dozens of lightning bolts as thick as a person's waist. Before Qin Fun could react, he was already in the sea of lightning. The lightning bolts struck his body. His white robe was instantly blown into pieces. Even his skin was cracked and emitted a charred smell. "Master, are you okay?" Little Pig's anxious shout rang out in his mind. Canon, Huangzhong, and the other heroes were also shouting his name. However, Qin Fun's mind was buzzing. His consciousness was quickly fading and the light in his eyes dimmed. "Master, don't sleep. You'll die like this." Little Pig was impatient. However, the hunting pincer's eyes lit up and it rushed out excitedly. A black shadow flashed and disappeared. The hunting pincer was already above Qin Fun's head. It opened its mouth wide and the lightning bolts shot into its body. Qin Fun was temporarily safe. He regained his consciousness and looked at the magical scene above his head. His heart was filled with shock. "Little Pig, what kind of monster is the hunting pincer?" Qin Fun couldn't help but sigh. Actually, he knew very well that the hunting pincer was a level 9 star beast. This little guy didn't belong to Earth or the divine supreme continent. It was just that the hunting pincer's devouring ability was too strong. Last time, when he was breaking through the lightning tribulation, this guy jumped out and absorbed the remaining lightning tribulation, saving Qin Fen's life. The hunting pincer was still in its initial state, but the energy it needed was already so terrifying. Qin Fen couldn't help but think that when this level 9 star beast evolved to its peak state, wouldn't it be able to devour the entire northern sand region? Master, the lightning tribulation this time is too fierce. The hunting pincer can't hold on much longer. Chapter 1812. Qin Fen had no time to hesitate and immediately put the hunting turtle back into the system. Although he knew that he might die from the lightning tribulation, he couldn't just watch as the hunting turtle was struck to death. Following the dream of the hunting turtle, when the hunting turtle entered the system, Qin Fen felt its weak aura. Although it was weak, it proved that the hunting turtle was still alive. Rumble! The lightning above his head struck again, and Qin Fen instantly fell into the sea of lightning. He had always suspected that he was a cultivator with a full spiritual root, so normal lightning strikes had no effect on him. However, the 9 changes true lightning's power instantly made him collapse. A layer of blue light shot out from his body. Under the violent lightning strikes, his Vajra tactics broke through again, upgrading to the 4th level of the Holy Thunder body. However, the layer of blue light on Qin Fen's body disappeared in a flash. Even the Holy Thunder body was only invincible in the Saint King realm. It could barely withstand the fierce attacks of a Buddha Light realm cultivator, but it couldn't withstand a single blow from the Divine Continent's sure-kill lightning tribulation. Qin Fen wasn't in the mood to celebrate his Vajra tactics breaking through again because he didn't know if he could survive this lightning tribulation. When the purplish-blue lightning struck his body, it felt like he was being whipped by countless steel whips, about to crush his body into pieces. Qin Fen felt his consciousness fading away again. But at this time, the creation scripture began to circulate on its own, and the circulation speed became faster and faster. Following that, the aura in his body surged crazily, as if a small vortex had formed inside his body. The lightning source is like the sea. The sea of lightning covers the sky, an old voice echoed in Qin Fen's mind. He was sure that it wasn't the system's voice, but when he heard it, Qin Fen's consciousness quickly recovered, and his mind became unusually clear. He raised his head and looked at the sea of lightning, recalling the words that appeared in his mind, as if he had an epiphany. First form of the heavenly lightning tactics, lightning attraction. A white light flashed in Qin Fen's mind, and he suddenly grabbed it. He leaped up instinctively and slashed at the void. The Zhen Yi sword slashed out a blue sword light. The sword light was like lightning, and in an instant, more than 10 lightning bolts shot into the sky. The 2 lightning strikes collided in the void, creating a violent disturbance. However, Qin Fen's lightning strike was still too weak, and it was instantly destroyed by the lightning tribulation. Crackle! Another few bolts of lightning struck Qin Fen's body. His body twitched a few times, and he swung his sword a second time with all his might. The second style of the Thunder Heaven technique, Thunder Change. This time, the sword light turned into a few blue thunderbirds that soared into the sky. It was as if they were going to explode the void. However, when the lightning struck the thunder tribulation, Qin Fen seemed to hear the wails of death. The thunderbirds instantly dissipated. Rumble! Even the lightning tribulation seemed to have sensed Qin Fen's strong will to resist, and the remaining dozen or so lightning bolts fell at the same time. Each lightning bolt was as thick as a human's waist, and wherever they passed, the air exploded. It was as if they were going to destroy heaven and earth. Qin Fen was in the sea of lightning, and when he raised his head, he could see the spectacular scene of lightning crisscrossing. At this moment, death was very close to him, but he didn't feel nervous. His heart was like a pool of stagnant water, and nothing could cause any waves in his heart. The Thunder Heaven spell was a reward given to him by the system after he created the shadowless saber. It was an Earth superior grade thunder cultivation technique with boundless power. However, Qin Feng had only comprehended the first two styles. When the sea of lightning was about to fall to the ground, he had an epiphany as if he had just escaped death. Thunder source like the sea. Thunder, sea covers the sky. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he pierced the air with his sword. Thunder Heaven spells third style, myriad lightning greeting. The seemingly simple sword instantly caused the sea of lightning to change. The lightning bolt that was about to strike Qin Feng's head suddenly changed direction, and as his sword pierced out, it actually flew back to the sky. When the lightning bolts crisscrossed in the sky, it formed a rare thunder sea phenomenon. The lightning floated in the sky and didn't fall because Qin Feng's sword didn't fall. In just an instant, Qin Feng comprehended the Thunder Heaven spell's third style, myriad lightning greeting. He realized the power of this style. Not only did it use his own aura to transform the thunder source, but it could also guide the thunder source in the outside world to attack. Rumble! The sea of lightning in the sky started to explode, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on Qin Feng's forehead. After all, he had just comprehended myriad lightning greeting, and his technique and control weren't proficient yet. Now he was guiding the sure-kill lightning tribulation. In just a few short seconds, Qin Feng already felt extremely strained. Without any time to think, he slashed down with his sword. Just like when he swung his sword, it was simple and clean without any fancy moves. The power of this sword was shocking. The sea of lightning in the sky actually fell with the sword, but it was guided by Qin Feng out of the astral boundary. Crackle! A loud sound exploded on the riverbed of the purple cloud spirit vein. However, Qin Feng was in the astral boundary, so he couldn't hear the violent movements. In the astral boundary, the thunderclouds dissipated and the spring wind blew. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, Qin Feng knew that everything had really happened. The aura in his body became purer and stronger, and a memory of the Thunder Heaven spell cultivation method appeared in his mind. For a moment, Qin Feng was stunned on the spot, and even forgot the joy of breaking through to the 6 changes of Buddha aura. He was thinking back to that sword just now. It was really unbelievable that a sword could guide a sea of lightning. Master, the thunder storage array can't take it anymore. But at this moment, Little Pig's scream sounded in his mind. Qin Feng immediately woke up. There were more than 100 thunder storage arrays in the astral boundary, and if one of them exploded, it would definitely cause a butterfly effect, causing all the arrays to collapse in an instant. More than 100 thunder storage arrays stored a huge amount of thunder source energy, even more violent than the thunder source Qin Feng had just guided away. Qin Feng immediately used the third style of the Thunder Heaven spell. Immediately, the thunder storage arrays on the ground seemed to have been summoned, turning into light and shadow and disappearing. In the short time of one incense stick, Qin Feng had guided away more than half of the thunder source. At this time, he was at the point of exhaustion. Although the myriad thunder worshipping sword style was powerful, it consumed a lot of inner qi. There were more than 20 thunder storage arrays left in the astral boundary. Even if Qin Feng wanted to move them, he didn't have the strength. Little Pig, if the thunder source explodes in the astral boundary, it won't destroy this place, right? Qin Feng asked worriedly. It won't destroy, but it will destroy the spirit herbs and spirit plants in the herb garden. Master can first store the important spirit herbs, or buy an energy tank and store the thunder source in it. Energy tank? What's that? This was the first time Qin Feng heard Little Pig mention it. Little Pig explained, energy tanks are universal storage devices that can store any kind of energy. To put it simply, energy starstones are also a type of energy tank, but they can only store astral boundary energy. There are also fire cloud stones used by fire cloud cannons, radium stones used by laser guns. These are all types of energy tanks. Chapter 1813. After listening to Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng became excited. He knew that Star Saint Technologies products used universal energy sources. In other words, if he bought an energy tank and absorbed the energy of the 9 changes true lightning, he could use it in Star Saint Technologies products. Little Pig could read Qin Feng's mind and said, "Master, you're right. You can use the energy tank that way." Qin Feng became even more excited after hearing Little Pig's confirmation. Every time he broke through, the lightning tribulation would be extremely fierce. If he could use the Star Saint 100-mile light sniper, even a spirit detecting stage cultivator would find it difficult to defend against it. If he encountered Long Outyan again, Qin Feng wouldn't be the one running away. "You stupid pig! Why did you only tell me about such an important item now?" Qin Feng complained. Little Pig pouted and said, "Master, I didn't expect you to store so much lightning. Also, the energy tank is very expensive. Master, take a look at it first." Qin Feng's heart tightened. He immediately looked at the system's inventory. If Little Pig said it was expensive, then it couldn't be cheap. Soon he found the energy tank and his eyes widened. There were 3 types of items: large energy tank, medium energy tank, and small energy tank. A small energy tank cost 500,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng quickly understood the difference between large and small. The larger the model, the more energy it could store. Although he really wanted to buy a large energy tank, when he saw that he only had 529,000 hedonist points left in the system, he silently bought a small energy tank. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending 500,000 hedonist points to buy a small energy tank. The host has a total of 29,000 hedonist points. System reminder: host Qin Feng has too few hedonist points. Please work hard to earn more hedonist points. Ding! Hedonist Sovereign System statistics. Host has spent a total of 705 million hedonist points. Rank 8 hedonist mortal. Rank 9 hedonist mortal. Host Qin Feng needs to spend another 295 million hedonist points to be promoted to rank 9 hedonist mortal. Host Qin Feng will receive rich rewards from the system. The system notification sounded out. This time, it even mentioned the hedonist spending level. Qin Feng had almost forgotten about this because spending 10 million hedonist points would increase his level by 1. To the current Qin Feng, 10 million hedonist points was an astronomical figure. Qin Feng still needed 3 million hedonist points to level up. It was impossible for him to obtain so many hedonist points in such a short time. After buying the energy tank, he only had 29,000 hedonist points left. So he decided to put the matter of leveling up aside for now. With a thought, an energy channel appeared in his hand. It was only as big as a fist and looked like a gray stone. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit worried, and even wondered if he had been scammed by the system. Why would such a stupid stone cost 500,000 hedonist points? How much energy could this thing store? Master, although this is only a small energy tank, its energy capacity is beyond Master's imagination. Try it and you'll know, Little Pig said with a smile. Qin Feng calmed down and threw the energy tank out. The energy tank seemed to have grown eyes and flew towards the lightning storing formation. When the energy tank fell into one of the lightning storing formations, the lightning storing formation underwent a huge change. The lightning source, which had nowhere to go, suddenly surged violently and madly rushed into the energy tank. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but worry. He was very clear on the power of the Sure-Kill lightning. Could such a small energy tank really hold so much lightning source? But as he was lost in thought, the small energy tank had already finished absorbing the thunder source from one of the thunder storage arrays. Then it flew into another thunder storage array on its own initiative. This common-looking little stone actually had an astonishing capacity. In just an hour, it had sucked dry all the thunder sources from the remaining 20-plus thunder storage arrays. When the energy tank flew back into Qin Feng's hand, its originally dim surface emitted a faint, bluish-purple light. Qin Feng knew that this was the light of the lightning source. However, the energy tank had absorbed the lightning source from the 20 or so lightning-storing formations, yet it only emitted such a weak light. It could be seen that it still had a lot of space left. Qin Feng finally realized the terrifying energy capacity of this small energy tank. It could probably absorb the entire lightning source of the lightning tribulation, right? He was excited. He wanted to install the energy tank on the 100-ray sniper to see how powerful the lightning it could shoot out. With this idea in mind, Qin Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and he returned to the underground riverbed where he found the purple cloud spirit vein. He knew very well how terrifying the lightning tribulation was. Naturally, he wouldn't shoot the sniper in the astral world. Otherwise, it would destroy everything in the astral world. However, Qin Feng regretted his decision as soon as he came out. He had attracted most of the lightning tribulation to the outside not long ago. The riverbed had already exploded and was falling deeper into the ground. Qin Feng was falling along with the rocks and soil. This time he was falling for a long time. He felt like he was going to fall out of the divine continent. The lightning tribulation that he attracted had not completely disappeared. Some lightning could still be seen exploding. Qin Feng wanted to return to the astral world, but he couldn't bear to let go of the lightning source. In the end, he used the energy tank to absorb the lightning source from the outside as he fell. The collapse of the purple cloud spirit vein had caused a change in the entire purple cloud valley. The cultivators who were exploring the purple cloud valley felt the ground under their feet shaking violently. They looked in the direction of the legendary land of heavenly fire. The weather there had changed dramatically. There seemed to be thunder rolling, but there was no lightning falling. Senior brother, what happened over there? It should be the lightning tribulation triggered by a high-level cultivator's breakthrough. This lightning tribulation is a bit too terrifying, but I don't see any lightning, senior brother. According to the map, that is the legendary land of heavenly fire. Could it be that someone found a heavenly flame? Did you guys notice that the spiritual energy in the purple cloud valley is starting to thin? It's really thinner. I thought it was my illusion. It turns out that you guys also noticed it. It seems that something has happened in the legendary land of heavenly fire. Let's go and see. For a moment, the cultivators in the purple cloud valley rushed to the legendary land of heavenly fire. Zhang Xiefeng and the other two were there. They were still trapped in a level 6 trapping talisman, facing the devastation of a level 7 fire demonic beast. When the lightning tribulation exploded at the bottom of the mountain, the three of them immediately felt the ground shake violently. The strong movement was like an earthquake. They saw a few mountains not far away suddenly collapse. However, this sudden change saved their lives. When the volcano that hid the purple ghost flame collapsed, the giant winged fire demon couldn't be bothered to continue attacking them and immediately rushed in the direction of the volcano. Qin Feng, who had caused all these changes, was still unaware. He had been underground the whole time and had no idea what was happening outside. After falling for a full hour, Qin Feng finally landed. He immediately looked around and found that he was in a gray land. The reason why it was called land was because the ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. When he stepped on it, his entire shoe was submerged in the dust. Although there was light here, the light was very weak. It was shrouded in gray, and Qin Feng didn't know where the light came from. When he raised his head to look at the sky, he saw a gray scene that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like the smog in Beijing. Dong! Qin Feng seemed to have kicked something. He squatted down and brushed away the dust. He found a human skull and threw it aside in shock. Beside the skull, there was a long sword covered in dust. A supreme grade, true artifact sword? Qin Feng could tell the grade of the long sword at a glance. It was definitely a true artifact. However, when he kicked away the dust around the long sword, he found a true artifact battle armor. No, there are treasures and broken bones everywhere. This should be an ancient battlefield. Qin Feng suddenly understood something. He struck out with his palm and blew away the dust 100 meters in front of him. The scene in front of him instantly stunned him. All kinds of true artifacts and treasures were scattered on the ground, and there were also many eerie white bones. However, when the strong wind blew on the human bones and weapons, they turned into dust and flew away. What's going on? Could those things be just an illusion? Qin Feng was confused. The joy in his heart instantly disappeared. Little Pig's voice sounded in his mind. Master, these aren't illusions. It's just as you guessed, this is very likely an ancient battlefield. Also, the war happened at least 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years? Qin Feng found it hard to imagine. After all, China only had a history of 5,000 years. In other words, those human bones are cultivators who died in the war, and the magic treasures all over the ground are the weapons they used. However, because no one has discovered this place for so long, those magic treasures have all dried up? Little Pig expressed its agreement with Qin Feng's guess. If it was really like what the two of them thought, Qin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Among the weapons he saw just now, the lowest rank was a supreme grade, true artifact. There were also many high, rank magic treasures that even he couldn't see through. Looking at the dead cultivators again, it had already been 10,000 years, but some of the corpses still had a bit of aura left. Although the aura was very weak, the fact that the aura could still exist for so long showed how terrifying these people were when they were still alive. Qin Feng suddenly felt a bit nervous. He didn't know where he had fallen into, but he knew this was not a place he should be in with his current strength. However, he couldn't see the end of the gray world around him. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't find a way. Fellow cultivator in front, please come over for a moment. Just as Qin Feng was at a loss, a low voice came from behind him. He used his divine sense to scan and found that after breaking through to the 6 changes of Buddha's aura, his divine sense had become several times stronger. He could scan up to 10 miles away. A kilometer away, there was a team of 6 people. The 6 people were all old, and their auras were steady and strong. 3 of them were early-stage true spirit realm cultivators, but Qin Feng couldn't see through the other 3's realms. Seeing a living person here, Qin Feng didn't know whether he should be happy or depressed. He hesitated for a moment, then flew over. Since he didn't know where the exit was, he might as well go and ask about the situation. Chapter 1814. Junior Zheng Shuai greets the 6 seniors. Qin Feng humbled himself. This place was really strange, and he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. The cultivator who called him over wasn't the one with the highest realm among the 6. He was dressed in a white robe, had white hair and a youthful face, and had a somewhat sage-like demeanor. After looking Qin Feng up and down, the old man's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Young Hero Zheng, I'm Xian Medical Sect's great elder, Han Shen. Why are you looking at me like that? Han Shen stopped mid-sentence, looked at Qin Feng doubtfully, and found that the other's expression was complicated. Qin Feng really didn't expect to meet someone from Xian Medical Sect here. Before he came to Violet Cloud Valley, he had just poisoned a Xian Medical Sect elder, Han Shen, in Ouyang Mansion. Qin Feng found that this Xian Medical Sect was really a sect with a human face and a beast's heart. The elders inside looked kind and benevolent on the outside, but they were definitely full of evil deeds behind the scenes. Qin Feng checked. This Han Shen had just stepped into the true spirit realm, and Qin Feng had made successive breakthroughs not long ago, and had already stepped into the 6 changes of Buddha Aura realm. He believed that he could kill Han Shen with his martial arts strength alone, but when he saw the other 5 people, he immediately dispelled this idea. Elder Han Shen misunderstood. It's really that Xian Medical Sect has a prominent reputation in the northern Sands continent, and I'm a little surprised. Qin Feng casually found an excuse. This excuse was very effective. Han Xin revealed a proud look, but saw a gray-robed old man in the crowd coldly snort, "Humph! Don't waste time. It's important to get down to business." The gray-robed old man was one of the three people Qin Feng couldn't see through. When he showed dissatisfaction, Han Xin was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He changed the subject and said, "Young Hero Zheng, this is Invincible Sect's elder Wu Liamo, and this is North Sands Continent's #1 demonic sect. Thunder Sect's protector Chongyu." Han Xin began to introduce, but only introduced the two people, and didn't mention the three old men Qin Feng couldn't see through. Qin Feng was a little depressed for a moment. He didn't expect to meet two enemy sects in this strange place. Not long ago, he killed countless genius disciples of Invincible Sect in public at the genius competition in Binji Market. Fortunately, he was using Zheng Shuai's identity, so Han Xin and Wu Liamo obviously didn't see through him. Very soon, Qin Feng's attention was focused on the Thunderbolt Sect's protector, Chongyu. When he heard the name of the Devil Sect, Qin Feng suddenly fell into a distant memory. He remembered that the Thunderbolt Sect was part of the Devil Sect Alliance when he participated in the Devil Race Convention in China. But one was in China and the other in the Divine Continent. And the Thunder Sect Chonglu, the Protector. One sect clans, Sect Protector Sect. A Feng clan sect was he sect. Qin, there. Young Hero Zheng, since you found this place, you must be looking for Bailing Spirit Mountain. The 6 of us are also going to Bailing Spirit Mountain. Why don't we team up? Qin Feng was indeed going to look for Bailing Spirit Mountain. However, he had never expected that Bailing Spirit Mountain would actually be here. He had fallen down from the legendary Heavenly Fire Volcano. He felt as though he was about to fall out of the North Sand Continent. He had no idea how Frost Ginseng and the others had arrived here. Could it be that they had also fallen down? Although he was full of doubts, Qin Feng didn't say it out loud. He had a conflict with Han Xin and the other 2 sects, and he could see that the 6 of them had bad intentions. Elder Han Xin guessed correctly. "I am here to look for Bailing Spirit Mountain. May I know who these 3 seniors are?" Qin Feng looked at the 3 cultivators whose cultivation levels he couldn't see through. These 3 are from the South Plain. Frost Ginseng subconsciously wanted to introduce himself. After all, it was reasonable to ask about the identity of each member of an unfamiliar team. However, he was interrupted by the gray-robed elder. "There's no need to say anything about our identities. Let's continue on our way." Han Xin's eyes flashed with panic. He quickly put on a smile and said, "Senior Jiang is right. Let's keep going." Since Han Ginseng didn't mention the identity of the 3 cultivators, Qin Feng didn't want to pursue the matter. Otherwise, it would anger the 3 of them. However, Han Ginseng's words revealed some clues. When Qin Feng heard the words South Plateau Continent, he couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the 3 cultivators were from the South Plateau Continent? If they were really cultivators from the South Plain Continent, Qin Feng suddenly became interested in Bailing Spirit Mountain. Originally, he came to look for the white spirit bird. But now he felt that there must be a lot of treasures on Bailing Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, cultivators from the South Plain Continent wouldn't cross continents to look for treasures. The team set off again. Qin Feng walked in the middle of the group and secretly checked Wooly Mo and Chongyu's cultivation. Wooly Mo was in the True Spirit Realm 3, and Chongyu was a demon cultivator. Although Qin Feng couldn't figure out Chongyu's demon cultivation, he could feel that his aura was similar to Wooly Mo's. As for the 3 cultivators from the South Plain Continent, Qin Feng still couldn't see through them. Being in such a strong team, he had to be vigilant at all times. They didn't stop and didn't talk. After walking for 3 days and 3 nights, Qin Feng realized that these people might have been here before. The environment here was almost exactly the same. The ground was covered in dust, and the sky was gray. Even Chin Fong couldn't tell which direction was north, south, east, and west. But he found that he had actually walked out of that gray land. In front of him was a boundless plain, but there was a snow mountain standing on the plain. It was like a crane among chickens. When they saw the snow mountain, Cold Ginseng and the other two immediately cried out in surprise. It really is Bailing Spirit Mountain. So the legends are true. There's a divine bird on Bailing Spirit Mountain. Divine birds don't come out of immortal caves. Williamo seemed to be muttering to himself. Let's go up the mountain quickly. According to our agreement, the treasure belongs to whoever finds it. Chong Yu couldn't contain his excitement and flew towards Bailing Spirit Mountain. Cold Ginseng and Wooly Mo immediately followed. Their eyes shone brightly as if they had found a treasure in the desert. When he realized that the snow-white mountain in front of him was Bailing Spirit Mountain, Chin Fong was also extremely excited. But he quickly calmed down and didn't rush up the mountain with Chong Yu and the other two. He realized that the three cultivators from the South Plain continent didn't move. There must be something going on. Rumble. Just as Chin Fong was guessing, a loud sound came from the direction of Bailing Spirit Mountain. Cold Ginseng and Wooly Mo, who had just reached the foot of the mountain, retreated immediately. Chong Yu, who had already reached the waist of the mountain, was sent flying by a white light. The white light caused a huge commotion. Chin Fong could feel the ground under his feet shaking violently. Chong Yu's strength was comparable to an orthodox early-stage true spirit realm cultivator, but he couldn't fight back under the white light. Puff! As soon as he fell to the ground, Chong Yu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Obviously, he had suffered internal injuries. Cold Ginseng immediately flew over and took out a few elixirs to feed him. Protector Chong Yu, are you all right? Although he seemed to be concerned, only Cold Ginseng knew that he was fine. He let out a long sigh of relief. He was even glad that Chong Yu had rushed to Bailing Spirit Mountain first. Otherwise, he would have been the one injured and lying on the ground. Wooly Mo also rushed over. He stood coldly at the side and stared at Bailing Spirit Mountain 100 meters away. After another half a minute, Chin Fong and the three cultivators from the South Plain continent walked over unhurriedly. The gray-robed elder looked at Chin Fong suspiciously. He then said to the three of them, I told you long ago that there's a big formation at the foot of Bailing Spirit Mountain. If you want to enter, you have to break the formation. Cold Ginseng and the other two blushed and felt extremely awkward. They had indeed heard the gray-robed elders say this before. It was just that when they saw Bailing Spirit Mountain, they were so excited that they didn't remember about the formation at all. In an instant, the three of them calmed down. Cold Ginseng cupped his fists and said to the gray-robed elder, Senior Jiang, please lead everyone to break the formation. The gray-robed elder nodded and looked at the man in a green robe beside him. Hu Sui, it's time for you to show off your skills. The three of them were stunned. They quickly realized that Senior Jiang didn't know how to break the formation either. He had found a formation master. The elder called Hu Sui nodded and walked to the foot of Bailing Spirit Mountain. He walked around the foot of the mountain and finally stood at the foot of a mountain. He said, Bailing Spirit Mountain is protected by a grade 6-7 stars formation. If you want to ascend the mountain, you have to break the 7 stars formation first. The 7 stars formation requires 7 cultivators to break it at the same time. Otherwise, it's hard to break it. The three of them nodded. They knew nothing about formations. They believed whatever Hu Sui said. Chin Fong was surprised. This Hu Sui could even see through a grade 6 formation. He was obviously a formation master. His knowledge of formations was at least above his own. At the same time, he was sure that the 3 cultivators from the South Flat continent had been to the Bailing Spirit Mountain before. Not only did they manage to walk out of the Grey Land, they also knew about the 7-star array on the Bailing Spirit Mountain, which was why they brought him along. However, Qin Feng couldn't understand it. If Hu Sui and the rest knew that Bailing Spirit Mountain was protected by the Seven Stars Formation, they should have found a team of 7 when they entered Xixia Valley's mystic realm. Why would they only find cultivators to join the team after entering Xixia Valley? In an instant, Qin Feng figured out many things. However, there were still many doubts that he couldn't explain. At this moment, Hu Sui had already thrown hundreds of formation flags on the ground. Those formation flags were refined beforehand. It proved that he had been here before. Formation, rise. Buzz! Hu Sui suddenly shouted. The array flag that he had inserted into the ground started to vibrate and let out a sharp whistle. In front of everyone's eyes, a white array wall appeared in front of them. On the array wall, there were 7 air vortexes. As the vortexes flowed, the entire array wall looked like water ripples. Chapter 1815. After saying that, Hu Sui flew to a formation eye and arranged for the others to enter the formation. Elder Jiang Fei, stand beside me. Zhang Baishan, attack the formation eye in the west corner. Cold Ginseng and the other 2 will stand in the south corner. Young Hero, you will go to the north corner. The formation eye has the weakest energy. Attack it with all your might. Soon, the 7 of them were arranged. Qin Feng was pulled to the northernmost formation eye. When everyone stood in front of their respective formation eyes, they realized that they were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. Ordinary people would not be able to see the profoundness of the Big Dipper formation, but as a level for a formation master, Qin Feng soon discovered something fishy. The Big Dipper formation was composed of a level 6 defense formation and a level 6 killing formation. The killing formation was hidden in the formation eye in the north corner. Once the defense formation was broken, the killing formation would be activated. Qin Feng suddenly understood a lot of things. No wonder Cold Ginseng and the others formed a team to find the 7th person in the secret realm to break the formation. It was because the 7th person would definitely die and be used as a sacrifice to break the formation. Is everyone ready? Hu Sui shouted when he saw everyone was in position. The 6 of them obviously knew the profoundness of the Big Dipper formation, but they pretended to know. After looking at each other, they attacked the formation eye without caring about Qin Feng's thoughts. Although Qin Feng discovered the plot of the 6 of them, he could not expose it immediately. Otherwise, he might not even have a chance to escape if he faced the attacks of the 6 of them at the same time. Rumble! Loud noises shook the heavens as the 7 of them unleashed their full strength. The sky was filled with saber lights and sword shadows that overlapped and exploded, creating layers of waves on the 7 stars great array. While Qin Feng was attacking the array, he was secretly refining array flags. Although he could not arrange a rank 6 great array, nor could he break a rank 6 great array with his own strength, he could change the array. At the very least, he could transfer the killing array eye in front of him to another array eye. Qin Feng's first thought was to transfer the killing formation to Hu Sui's formation eye because he was the one who arranged for him to be in the northernmost position. However, he quickly dispelled this idea. Hu Sui was obviously an expert in formation, and such a small trick would be easily discovered by him. With these considerations, Qin Feng dismissed the idea of transferring the formation to the other 2 South Flat Continent cultivators. Their cultivation levels were hard to fathom, so it was better to be more cautious. After attacking for more than 6 hours, Qin Feng's formation flags were almost done, and his goal was completely set. He would let Frost Ginseng die first. It was this old fellow who had asked him to join the team. Qin Feng knew how powerful a grade 6 defensive array was. He had even used it to escape a sure-kill lightning tribulation. However, under the joint attack of 7 people, the grade 6 defensive array had already cracked. It was clear that the 3 cultivators from the South Plateau continent had very high cultivation bases. The Great 7 Stars array is about to be broken. Everyone, conserve your strength for now. In a while, listen to my command. Then go all out and break the array in one go. Just as Qin Feng had expected, Husui reminded him when the formation was about to break. His words were obviously meant for Han Xin and the others to hear. He wanted to tell the 5 of them that the killing array was about to be activated and that they should be prepared. Senior Hu, don't worry. We will listen to your command. Frost Ginseng quickly expressed. Everyone knows nothing about formations. Don't be willful, or you will harm everyone. Wu Liemo chimed in, acting as if he was reminding Qin Feng out of goodwill. However, Qin Feng knew that Wu Limo's words were meant for him to hear. Seeing that the 6 of them were good at acting, Qin Feng decided to play along with them. Seniors, don't worry. I will definitely listen to Senior Hu's command. When the formation is broken, we will rush up Bailing Spirit Mountain. Seniors, please give me 1 or 2 treasures. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the 6 of them were instantly relieved. At the same time, a sneer flashed in their eyes. You are about to die, and you still want to share the treasures. As if realizing that Qin Feng had taken the bait, Husui suddenly shouted, Everyone, attack with all your strength. Break the formation in one go. Rumble. Following his shout, the 6 of them unleashed their full strength. Qin Feng was already standing at the furthest position, but he could still feel 3 extremely powerful auras rolling over. They were naturally the auras of the 3 cultivators from the South Flat Continent. They were definitely in the late-stage true spirit realm. Young Hero Zheng, what are you doing? Just as everyone was trying their best to break the formation, Husui glanced in Qin Feng's direction and instantly let out a scream. The other 5 immediately looked over and realized that Qin Feng did not attack the formation core. He casually threw dozens of formation flags onto the ground. Only then did the 6 of them realize that Qin Feng was also a formation master. However, they did not know what he had done to the Big Dipper formation. However, before Qin Feng could reply, a deafening sound came from the formation. Han Xin screamed in pain and fell to the ground, unconscious. What's going on? Wooly Emo was shocked. The murderous aura around him made him retreat. Chung Yu also wanted to leave, but he was too late. He was hit by the sword chi from the killing formation and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. For a moment, everyone was in a mess. The 3 cultivators from the South Flat Continent also stopped attacking and landed in a safe area a few hundred meters away. Husui, what's going on? Jiang Fei emitted a cold aura and his gray robe fluttered. Husui looked in Qin Feng's direction and shouted through gritted teeth, That brat tricked us all. He secretly changed the formation core and moved the killing formation core to Hanshin. His words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone looked in Qin Feng's direction. The 6 of them had agreed to explore Bailing Spirit Mountain and find a scapegoat along the way. They had thought that their plan was flawless, but who would have thought that they would be tricked by a young man in the end? In their eyes, Qin Feng's cultivation level was like that of an ant. Any one of them could easily kill Qin Feng. However, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. This brat's schemes and shrewdness were truly frightening. Oh no, that brat wants to go in. Husui shouted again. He wanted to stop him, but he realized it was too late. When they were pushed back by the killing formation, Qin Feng actually broke the Big Dipper formation and instantly flew up Bailing Spirit Mountain. Other than Han Xin, who was lying on the ground, no one knew if he was dead or alive. The other 5 immediately rushed up Bailing Spirit Mountain. They were still in awe of Qin Feng's schemes and shrewdness a second ago, but now they were even more shocked. Jiang Fei was the first to land on the top of the mountain. He climbed the mountain as if he was walking on flat ground. He lived up to his name of the drifting Jiang clan. However, just as he reached the top of the mountain, Jiang Fei's expression turned cold. That brat tricked us all. The other 4 landed one after another. Looking at the snow-covered mountain range, their hearts fell to the bottom. The Bailing Spirit Mountain in front of them was not the real Bailing Spirit Mountain. Other than the white snow that never melted, there was nothing else. Who is that brat? How can he have such superb scheming skills? Tai Sek's elder Zhang Baishan muttered as he looked at the snow. Husui had just reached the top of the mountain when he immediately flew down. However, after a while he went up again and said, "The Big Dipper Formation has been closed. It will be another 5 years before it reopens again. That guy called Zhang Shuai is too despicable. He made us wait for 5 years for nothing." It turned out that 5 years ago, the 6 of them came to Violet Cloud Valley to explore and found this Bailing Spirit Mountain together. At that time, Husui realized that the Big Dipper Formation needed 7 people to break it, and one of them would definitely die. At that time, the Big Dipper Formation had already been broken by others and entered Bailing Spirit Mountain. Furthermore, the formation would automatically repair itself for 5 years. So the 6 of them agreed to come back in 5 years. Who would have thought that the current situation would turn out like this? Cultivation has no time, but 5 years is not a short time. Furthermore, who knows how many treasures that Zhang Brat will take away after entering Bailing Spirit Mountain. When we come back next time, how many things will there be in there? Jiang Fei complained. Zhang Baishan suddenly shouted, "Brother Husui, is there a specific exit for this Bailing Spirit Mountain?" The few of them immediately understood what Zhang Baishan meant and looked at Husui. Husui shook his head at first, but soon nodded in surprise. "The exit is not specific, but I can change the formation and designate a location for the exit. When that Zhang comes out, we will immediately take him down." Qin Feng had charged into the entrance of the formation against the might of the killing array. Fortunately, he had survived in the end, but his body was covered in blood and he had suffered some internal injuries. He landed in a valley surrounded by white snow, and there was a heavy snowflake floating above his head. The temperature here was at least 50 degrees below zero. He came in wearing only a thin robe, and his body was shivering from the cold. This is the real Bailing Spirit Mountain. Qin Feng swallowed a few healing pills and walked around the snowy mountain. Looking at the lifeless and boundless snow, he began to have doubts. According to Cold Ginseng and the others, there seemed to be many treasures hidden in the Bailing Spirit Mountain. At that time, William O. had even mentioned, "There is a divine bird on the Bailing Spirit Mountain, and there is no immortal cave for the divine bird." However, after walking for a long time, Qin Feng did not even see a wild rabbit, let alone a divine bird. The temperature in the Bailing Spirit Mountain was too low. Ordinary cultivators would probably freeze to death if they stayed here for a few days. Qin Feng activated the spirit sunflower flame and immediately felt his body warm up. In this extremely cold place, he couldn't help but think of the 1,000-year-old ice soul he had subdued in the Snow Beast Canyon of the extreme ice city in the Divine Continent. Now he had named it Suffocation. "Master, this Bailing Spirit Mountain is too big. You can't keep searching like this. Why don't you release the hunting turtles?" Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng immediately looked at the system. He was not in a hurry to ask the hunting turtles to help him find the immortal cave. But after the last breakthrough, the hunting turtles had been unconscious, and he did not know how it was now. With a slight thought, a black shadow flew out. The hunting turtles had already regained its vitality, and its movement speed had increased again, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the void. When it landed on Qin Feng's shoe, Qin Feng jumped in fright. This little guy's skin had turned from jet black to a dazzling gold. The originally dazzling gold color was quite nice, but Lai Ao's body was like a small earthworm. Coupled with the dazzling gold color, it simply looked like a crawling golden maggot. Chapter 1816. Ao. The hunting turtle seemed to be able to read Qin Feng's expression and suddenly bit his shoe. Although it was through the shoe, it was still incomparably painful. Qin Feng didn't know where this small fellow got its strength from. Before Qin Feng could get angry, The hunting turtle had already turned into a black shadow and flew away. Ever since this little fellow absorbed the energy of the thunder tribulation, its speed became even faster. Qin Feng cursed as he chased. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the hunting turtle stopped in a snowy valley. In front of it was a cave entrance. The hunting turtle vigilantly stared at the cave entrance, but it didn't go in. "Master," the hunting turtle said that there is an ancient aura in this cave. "It is a bit nervous." Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He had personally seen the hunting turtle's devouring ability. This little guy could even devour Buddha's light and true spirit realm cultivators, and it even devoured the thunder tribulation twice. He originally thought the hunting turtle had a fearless temperament, but he didn't think that there would be something that could make it nervous. Qin Feng's expression quickly became serious. Since there was a fellow that could make the hunting turtle feel fear, then it must be an extremely terrifying existence. He couldn't help but think of the white spirit, divine bird. Could it be that the cave in front of him was the immortal cave that Wu Liamos spoke of, and the thing that made the hunting turtle afraid was the white spirit, divine bird that guarded the immortal cave? However, this guess was quickly denied by Qin Feng. He used his divine sense to sweep the cave and discovered that it was very deep. He could only sweep a range of 100 meters. The deeper parts seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't even sweep his divine sense in. However, Qin Feng was sure that there was no beast race aura in the cave. This meant that the white spirit, divine bird, was not in the cave. Qin Feng was even a bit worried that the white spirit, divine bird could only be a legend. If that was true, then he wouldn't be able to refine the white spirit pill and imprisonment. With a slight thought, Qin Feng put the hunting turtle back into the system. He casually slapped out 2 spirit sunflower flames and walked into the cave. The originally dark cave was illuminated by the flames. After walking a dozen steps, Qin Feng saw several corpses lying on the ground. They should be the cultivators that came to this cave to search for treasures. Although he couldn't see through these cultivators' realms when they were alive, Qin Feng became even more vigilant. This cave was definitely filled with danger. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Just as he was on guard, he stepped on some kind of mechanism under his feet, and several arrows shot out from the rock wall. They were so fast that even though he tried his best to dodge, his arm was still hit by an arrow. In just a few seconds, the wound had already turned black and festered, releasing a foul stench. Qin Feng knew that the arrow had been smeared with poison, and the corpses he had seen before were most likely killed by the poison. However, this poison had no effect on Qin Feng. He immediately bought a bottle of all-purpose antidote from the system. After drinking it, his injuries were alleviated. However, because of this, Qin Feng became even more cautious. He realized that this cave was man-made and there were many hidden weapons installed inside. It was very likely that this was a place where a cultivator went into seclusion, and that cultivator's realm was definitely not low. Qin Feng didn't continue forward. Instead, he released the hunting pincer. When the hunting pincer's figure shuttled through the cave, it triggered many mechanisms. For a moment, the cave was filled with the glint of knives and the shadow of swords, and even a few strange flames flew out. However, the hunting pincer's speed was too fast. Before the mechanisms fell, it had already flown deeper into the cave. After the time it took for a few incense sticks to burn, the cave returned to tranquility. Qin Feng discovered that his sense of the hunting pincer had become very weak. Under these circumstances, either the hunting pincer was seriously injured and about to die, or it was too far away from him. Qin Feng was more inclined to the second guess. With the hunting pincer's current speed, even Qin Feng found it difficult to catch its trajectory. To say that this little guy could die in the cave was a bit too difficult. However, Qin Feng was puzzled. Just how deep was this cave? Even his sense of the hunting pincer had become faintly discernible. Qin Feng hurriedly rushed into the cave. Because the hunting pincer had triggered most of the mechanisms, Qin Feng didn't encounter any danger along the way. His speed also increased quite a bit. After walking for a whole hour, he finally saw the hunting pincer. This little guy was currently huddled under a stone wall. Its body would approach the stone wall, but the instant it approached, it would immediately retreat. It actually repeated this strange behavior. "Lil Pig, what's wrong with this little guy?" Qin Feng looked at the hunting pincer's shiny golden body twisting and turning. The scene was so beautiful that he couldn't bear to look straight at it. Lil Pig said, "Master, the hunting pincer said that there's an ancient aura hidden behind that stone wall. It's very scared and very excited." Qin Feng realized that the hunting pincer had discovered the aura when it entered the cave. Something that could make the hunting pincer feel fear definitely wasn't simple. Qin Feng immediately examined his surroundings. This was a small cave that was over 20 square meters. There were a few balls of flames floating on the walls. The flames felt very familiar to Qin Feng. They should be a type of strange fire. However, because the flames had existed for too long, their color and aura had changed. Qin Feng couldn't immediately recognize what kind of strange fire they were. To be able to use strange fires to illuminate the cave, it could be seen that the owner of this cave wasn't an ordinary person. Qin Feng walked around the cave, but didn't find anything of value. An incredibly old voice suddenly sounded, "Young hero, come here!" Qin Feng jumped in fright. He had already checked this cave and there wasn't a second person. This sudden voice made him feel like he'd seen a ghost. The hunting pincer's reaction was even greater than Qin Feng's. It was preparing to approach the stone wall, but it was so frightened by this sudden voice that it stood on the ground like a golden maggot that stood up. Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. With a slight thought, he recalled the hunting pincer back into the system. He vigilantly walked to the side of the stone wall and discovered that there was a formation set up on the wall. However, this formation was too strange. Qin Feng couldn't understand it at all. Not only could he not see through the level of the formation, he couldn't even see through its use. "Who are you? If you have the ability, then come out. Don't hide behind the wall and play tricks." Qin Feng could tell that the voice came from the stone wall. He pretended to be calm and shouted at the stone wall. "This old man also wants to go out, but unfortunately, I'm trapped by this stone wall's ceiling formation. Young hero, can you help this old man out? Why are you trapped inside the stone wall? Can't you get out by yourself?" Qin Feng wasn't stupid enough to listen to the other person's words. No wonder he couldn't see through the formation on the stone wall. It was actually a large ceiling formation. A ceiling formation could only be set up by a rank 5 spirit formation master. Moreover, most large ceiling formations were rank 7 or 8. These words seemed a bit idiotic. The old man in the stone wall yelled unhappily, "Nonsense! If this old man could get out, I wouldn't need your help. You only need to turn the lion head on the right side of the stone wall 90 degrees clockwise. Then turn the lion head on the left 90 degrees counterclockwise. I can get out by myself." Qin Feng was very dissatisfied with the old man's attitude. Moreover, he realized that this old man was an existence that even the hunting pincer was afraid of. Qin Feng couldn't let such a terrifying guy out. Who knew if this old guy would kill him or not? "Hey, what are you, a junior, still blindly wandering around? Hurry and do as I say. Young hero, are your ears not working well? Why aren't you talking?" Since he decided not to let the old monster out of the stone wall, Qin Feng simply pretended that he didn't exist. He continued to wander around the stone cave. However, the stone cave was only so big. He had turned every place he could find inside out, but he didn't find a single treasure. During this time, he even found more than a dozen hidden mechanisms. A small cave that was less than 30 square meters actually had so many hidden dangers. Qin Feng wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death, to say that there weren't any valuable things hidden inside. Just when he was at a loss, an item suddenly flew out of the stone wall. It was a colorful banner that fell to the ground. It emitted an ancient aura. Qin Feng immediately took the banner in his hand. Although he didn't know what it was, he could tell that it was a true weapon-level magic treasure. Just as he was pleasantly surprised, a crisp sound came from beneath his feet. This time, a jade bottle was thrown out from the stone wall. There were also a few fiery red lotus flowers, a few stalks of spiritual herbs, and a few strange materials. Qin Feng was immediately attracted by the 3 fiery red lotus pods. These were 3 fire spirit lotuses. This was the first time he had seen such a level 7 spiritual herb in real life. In the past, he had only seen pictures of them. As a type of level 7 spiritual herb, the fire spirit lotus was extremely rare. In the past, Qin Feng even doubted that such a spiritual herb existed in the northern sand continent. Now, the fire spirit lotus had appeared before his eyes. The fire spirit lotus could be used as a medicinal ingredient for many kinds of elixirs. However, it was mainly used to refine the spirit lotus pill. The spirit lotus pill was one of the rare elixirs in the northern sand continent that could dispel elixir toxins. Back then, Long Qianjun had given Qin Feng a bottle of rejuvenating elixir that could also dispel elixir toxins. However, very few cultivators knew that the fire spirit lotus had another more important use. Qin Feng only found out after reading the records. This level 7 spiritual herb could nurture heaven and earth unusual fire and help it level up. Without hesitation, Qin Feng kept the 3 fire spirit lotuses in his astral world. His gaze was attracted by the 3 bunches of spiritual herbs under his feet. He was shocked once again. Level 5 spiritual herb 100 pasture grass? I didn't expect the northern sand continent to have this kind of spiritual herb. Qin Feng seemed to be talking to himself. With a slight thought, the 3 bunches of 100 pasture grass were taken away. He knew the use of the 100 pasture grass very well. It was a level 5 spiritual herb and was one of the main medicinal ingredients to refine the spiritual fragrance pill. The spiritual fragrance pill was a medicinal pill that could repair one's soul consciousness. This kind of medicinal pill might not even exist in the entire northern sand continent or even the divine mainland. During the Pill Store Conference, the Treasure Pill Tower took out a bottle of rejuvenating spirit pills to shock the crowd. That rejuvenating spirit pill was only a medicinal pill that could repair one's soul consciousness, but it caused an uproar among the crowd. Qin Feng couldn't help but think that after he collected all the medicinal ingredients for the spiritual fragrance pill and successfully refined it, the entire northern sand continent would be shocked. Speaking of the spiritual fragrance pill, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of Fei City's Castellan Fei Baisong and Grand Elder Fei Shan. Both of their soul consciousness were injured by him using the Zhen Yi sword. He even promised to refine the spiritual fragrance pill to heal them. Chapter 1817. After putting away the 100 pasture grass, Qin Feng saw a few strange materials at his feet. Dream follower, la colorful feather, a hard rhinoceros horn, and a very tough rubber band. Qin Feng could not recognize any of these 3 materials. He only had the medicinal pills encyclopedia, which allowed him to recognize all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual plants. However, he did not know much about these materials. However, since they could be thrown out with a true equipment and 2 high-grade spiritual herbs, they were clearly not trash. Qin Feng stored the 3 materials in his astral world first and studied them when he had the time. There was still one last jade bottle left under his feet. As soon as he opened the bottle, a rich medicinal fragrance immediately filled the entire cave. This was definitely the bottle with the richest spiritual energy among all the pills Qin Feng had ever seen. The rich spiritual energy was even richer than the void-breaking pill and void transformation pill that Taoist Barefoot had given him. The void-breaking pill was a rank 5, rank 7 king pill that could help cultivators break through to the void god realm. The void transformation pill was even more powerful. It was a rank 6, rank 7 king pill and was the best pill for early-stage Void God Realm cultivators to break through. From the looks of it, the pill in the jade bottle in his hand was definitely more powerful than the Void transformation pill. Even Qin Feng couldn't recognize the pill in the bottle. He immediately kept the jade bottle in his star world. When the jade bottle was successfully kept, his palm was still trembling slightly. "Young man, how about those things? If you are willing to help me out, I can give you even more treasures." The aged voice rang out again, jolting Qin Feng out of his joy. If it was a normal cultivator, faced with the temptation of so many pills, true equipment, and spiritual herbs, he would have lost his mind and released the person in the stone wall. However, Qin Feng quickly calmed down. The more heaven defying the items he obtained, the more wary he was of the old man in the stone wall. This person had casually thrown out a true equipment, a rank 7 fire spirit lotus, and even a bottle of pills of an unknown grade. It was clear how terrifying the old man was. They are indeed treasures. However, I am still lacking some fragrant flowers. Does Senior have them? Qin Feng had never thought of letting the person in the stone wall out. However, since he had met him, he decided to trick him. "Young man, fragrant flowers are nothing. I have plenty of them on me. As long as you let me out, I will immediately give you 10 fragrant flowers." The old man's tone was incomparably arrogant. Qin Feng was excited. The reason why he mentioned the fragrance flower was because of the 100 pasture grass that the old man had thrown out earlier. This was because the 100 pasture grass and the fragrance flower were the two main ingredients to refine the fragrance pill. Now, Qin Feng only lacked the fragrance flower to refine the fragrance pill. "Throw 3 flowers out for me to see first. After all, we just met, so I can't completely trust you," Qin Feng said. The old man was silent for a while. Suddenly, a white light flashed on the stone wall, and 3 thin branches that looked like pear blossoms were thrown out. They were undoubtedly the rank 7 spirit plant, fragrance flower. Qin Feng hurriedly stored the fragrance flower in his astral world. He felt some regret in his heart. This old man was too rich. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for 5 flowers. "Young man, you've obtained the fragrant flower. Can you let me out now?" The old man once again brought up the matter at hand. Qin Feng looked at the treasures he had obtained and was very satisfied in his heart. He began to wander around the stone cave again, thinking that the treasures that the old man had in the stone wall couldn't have all been obtained from this cave, right? However, after walking around a few times, Qin Feng didn't find anything. A voice came from inside the stone wall. The old man was a little angry. "Stinking brat, you took my treasures, but you didn't do anything for me. You, a junior, have no integrity at all." After being scolded, Qin Feng felt a little unhappy and retorted, "Don't think that I don't know that the things you gave me were also found in this cave. This is the White Spirit Mountain's immortal cave. There are countless treasures inside. You're still young, but you know quite a lot. Since that's the case, let's open the skylight. I am in a secret room, which should be the cultivation room of the immortal cave's master. There are countless treasures inside, and the things I just gave you were all found in here. Now, as long as you let me out, I don't want anything in this secret room. You can have it." The old man's words were generous and selfless, but Qin Feng wouldn't easily believe him. Ever since he came to the divine continent, Qin Feng had seen too many sinister people. This was a place where the strong ruled. Especially in front of treasures, no one would care about the word righteousness. However, Qin Feng's previous words were just to trick the old man. He didn't think that he would actually get some important information. It seemed like this cave was the immortal cave that Wu Liamo mentioned. However, all the treasures were inside the formation wall, so Qin Feng thought that he wouldn't be able to get them. "Young hero, why aren't you saying anything? You don't trust me?" The old man was a little anxious. He had been trapped inside the formation wall for 100 years, and in these 100 years he had met countless cultivators who entered the immortal cave. More than half of them died outside the cave, and they didn't even have the strength to enter. Cultivators like Qin Feng who could find this place were few and far between. In the end, all of them were extremely cunning, and they weren't that easy to trick. Young hero, there are a lot of treasures in this secret room. Come in and take a look. Realizing that Qin Feng wasn't going to let him out, the old man's voice sounded a little anxious. He shouted for a long time, and Qin Feng was annoyed. Although he was very tempted by the treasures in the secret room, he knew that once the seal was opened, it would be the end of him. Old man, thank you for your treasures. There are no more treasures in this cave. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Qin Feng turned and ran like a thief who had just stolen something. The old man cursed loudly. Qin Feng couldn't see his face, but he thought that the old man was probably vomiting blood. You son of a bitch! How dare you lie to me? Do you know my name? If I tell you, you'll be scared shitless. Fuck! You son of a bitch! You're really running away? Get your ass back here. Young hero, don't go. Let's talk. Hey, you can take a look at this secret manual before you make your decision. Bang! Qin Feng rushed to the cave entrance and saw an ancient cowhide scroll flying out from the stone wall. He stopped abruptly, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Although he was more than 10 meters away and hadn't even seen the contents of the secret manual, he could guess what kind of secret manual it was. The material of the secret manual was exactly the same as the creation chapter. When the secret manual was in his hand, it felt exactly the same as the creation chapter. When he flipped open the scroll, Qin Feng was so excited that he wanted to roar 3 times. This was undoubtedly a new chapter of the creation of heaven and earth skill. Speaking of the creation of heaven and earth skill, it was rumored that it was a supreme cultivation technique written by the divine continent's strongest expert, the great Tao divinity. This secret manual was not from the Hedonist sovereign system, but it was rated as a supreme cultivation technique by the system. The creation of heaven and earth art had a total of 5 chapters. The first chapter was the creation chapter, which Qin Feng had found in the Fuqing 5-element mountains, Blessed Heaven Cave. Currently, he was holding the second chapter, the creation chapter. Looking at the creation chapter in his hand, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of the lightning tribulation he triggered. He heard that the great Tao divinity was also one of the cultivators who triggered the 9 great lightning tribulations. It was said that the great Tao divinity senior had stepped into the peak true God realm and disappeared. This meant that he didn't die under the lightning tribulation. At least the lightning tribulation of the Buddha light realm didn't kill him. Qin Feng suddenly saw hope. He realized that the reason he triggered the 9 changes true thunder was probably because he cultivated the creation of heaven and earth skill. If the great Tao divinity senior could successfully avoid the tribulation, he believed that he could also reach the senior's level. However, he quickly became depressed. The great Tao divinity must have had 5 creation skill manuals to cultivate at the same time, and he had just found the second one. He didn't know if this half-baked cultivation method could help him survive the lightning tribulation. Just as his mind was full of messy thoughts, the old man's voice came from the stone wall. How is it, young hero? Are you shocked by this secret manual? No one would have thought that the divine continent would have such a perfect cultivation technique secret manual. I even suspect that this is one of the chapters of the creation of heaven and earth skill created by the strongest great Tao divinity on the divine continent. As long as young hero is willing to let me out, I'll give you the remaining chapters. Qin Feng's body trembled. Did the old man in the stone wall have the remaining 3 secret manuals? However, he quickly calmed down because, according to the creation chapter's records, this secret manual was only the original one. The great Tao divinity did not make more copies of the secret manual, but passed it down in the form of a fated person. Therefore, the old man only had the last 4 secret manuals at most. It was impossible for him to get the creation chapter. Are you sure you have the complete secret manual? You gave me the second one. Let me see the first one. Qin Feng beat him at his own game. The old man said, Of course I have the first secret manual. The reason why I gave you the second one was that I was afraid you wouldn't keep your promise. As long as you let me out, I'll give you the first and the rest of the secret manuals. How about it? Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. He was sure that this old man was lying. He was indeed a sinister and cunning old man. If Qin Feng hadn't already obtained the creation chapter, he would have been deeply attracted by this shocking secret manual and would have desperately wanted to obtain the first chapter to cultivate. In that case, Qin Feng would definitely listen to the old man and eventually let him out. That would be the time of Qin Feng's death. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt that the old man in the stone wall was a little pitiful. He just had to meet Qin Feng, who saw through his lie with one glance. At the same time, Qin Feng knew that the creation chapter was also a peerless treasure to the old man. The reason why he dared to take it out was because he was confident that Qin Feng could help him open the seal on the stone wall. All of this was a big mistake from the beginning, but the old man was still unaware of it. He said confidently, Young hero, don't hesitate. The secret manual that you have might be the most powerful cultivation technique in the entire divine continent. Let me out, and I'll give you the remaining chapters. Chapter 1818. Young hero, say something. Young hero, aren't your ears working? Why is there no sound at all? Young hero, are you still there? What? You bastard who gave birth to a son without an anus. You dare to trick me? Do you know who I am? My name is enough to scare you to death. Hurry up and return the art of creation to me. Otherwise, when I get out, I will kill you even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. The cave was filled with the old man's angry roars, but Qin Feng could no longer hear them. He had already left the cave with the art of creation. Qin Feng originally came to Bailing Spirit Mountain to search for the white spirit divine bird. He would never have thought that he would inexplicably obtain a few level 7 spiritual herbs, a bottle of elixirs of an unknown level, and many strange materials. What made him most excited was that he actually obtained the second part of the creation of heaven and earth skill. Just the creation part alone was worth more than all the treasures to Qin Feng. Along the way out of the cave, Qin Feng sat at the entrance of the cave and took out the art of creation to study. This skill was the continuation of the creation part. Ever since he started cultivating the creation part, Qin Feng's comprehension ability had skyrocketed. Now, it could no longer be described as terrifying. Not long ago, when he was withstanding the lightning tribulation, he could instantly comprehend the third form of the heavenly thunder technique, myriad lightning greeting. After cultivating the creation part, his spiritual root would be cleansed, and his comprehension ability would reach a new height. He could then create a new skill that belonged to him. Qin Feng had already started cultivating the creation part. When he completed a minor reversal, he felt that his originally empty dantian was gradually filling up. Moreover, he had just broken through to the 6 changes of Buddha aura not long ago. This kind of heaven-defying cultivation shocked Qin Feng. Qin Feng even had a premonition that if he continued to cultivate like this on White Spirit Mountain, he would be able to usher in the opportunity to break through to the 7 changes of Buddha aura in less than half a month. However, he dispelled this idea in the end. Firstly, the consecutive lightning tribulations not long ago had left him with some lingering fear. Secondly, this place was really not safe. If a few more powerful cultivators like Frost Ginseng appeared, he was afraid that he would most likely die. After putting away the cultivation method, Qin Feng began to study the strange materials. However, after looking at them for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what they were. He then took out the colorful flag. This was the first time he had seen this thing. According to Little Pig, it should be an attack-type true weapon. However, after fiddling with it for a long time, Qin Feng still couldn't find a way to activate it. Putting away his messy thoughts, Qin Feng took out the 100 pasture grass and the fragrant fragrance flower. He had finally gathered all the medicinal ingredients needed to concoct the fragrant fragrance pill, and he planned to try it out on Bailing Spirit Mountain. The fragrant fragrance pill was a type of rank 1, rank 7 king pill. For a rank 4, rank 7 pill king like Qin Feng, concocting it wasn't difficult at all. Although it was his first time concocting it, it was a piece of cake for him. Moreover, he managed to produce a full batch of 12 fragrant fragrance pills in one go. Among them, there were even 3 supreme grade pills. Qin Feng immediately swallowed the 3 supreme grade fragrant fragrance pills. Although the main effect of the fragrant fragrance pill was to repair the sea of consciousness, if a cultivator's sea of consciousness was not damaged, it would also have the effect of expanding and nourishing the sea of consciousness. The 3 fragrant fragrance pills melted in his mouth. A rich pill fragrance and spiritual qi rippled in Qin Feng's body. This spiritual qi eventually gathered in his mind, but it wasn't as violent as the spiritual qi of other pills. The medicinal effect of the fragrant fragrance pill was as gentle as water. Qin Feng felt as if a beautiful woman was massaging his head. After an hour, he discovered that his divine sense could already scan a wider range. The medicinal effect of this pill is too strong. If it were to appear in the northern sand continent, I'm afraid it would be even more shocking than the Spirit Surge pill. After personally tasting the fragrant fragrance pill, Qin Feng found it hard to calm down. After reaching the true spirit stage, cultivators competed more on the strength of their divine sense. Although he was currently in the Buddha's Aura 6 Changes realm, his divine sense had already reached the height of an ordinary true spirit stage, middle stage cultivator. Roar, roar! Just as Qin Feng was immersed in the joy of successfully concocting the fragrant fragrance pill, a few angry roars came from afar. Those sounds should have come from a very far place, but it sounded as if they were right next to Qin Feng's ears. There were 2 kinds of roars, both of which were the angry roars of the beast race. Qin Feng could tell that the 2 beasts were from the high-level beast race. He didn't want to get involved, but he instinctively scanned the area with his divine sense. Then he immediately stepped on his flying sword and rushed over. Roar, roar! The closer he got to the battle, the more shocking the roars became. Qin Feng could feel the air shaking as he flew in the air. Finally, he stopped behind a snowy hill a few hundred meters away from the battlefield. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt as if there was an earthquake. In front of him were 2 gigantic beasts fighting. One was standing on the snowy ground. Its body was 5 to 6 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in green fur. It looked like a snow beast, and the other was completely snow white, a gigantic bird. Qin Feng had come precisely because of this spirit bird, and he suspected that this was the white spirit divine bird that he had been painstakingly searching for. Master, that snow-white spiritual bird is indeed the white spirit divine bird. As for that green-furred beast, it should be the green-skinned snow devil. Little Pig suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. Master, you really hit the jackpot. Right now, this white spirit divine bird has evolved to its peak. It has become a level 8 spiritual beast, and its combat strength is comparable to an empty god. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Level 8 spiritual beast? The unicorn sea beast he encountered in the fallen god sea was only a level 7 spiritual beast. Not long ago, he encountered the giant winged fire demon in the legendary Heavenly Fireland. It was also a level 7 spiritual beast. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The white spirit divine bird was at a disadvantage and seemed to be unable to defeat its opponent. It could be seen that the green-skinned snow devil was at least a level 8 spiritual beast. For a moment, Qin Feng felt hopeless about obtaining the white spirit divine bird's inner core. Also, plucking a feather from its body was a fantasy. This was a level 8 spiritual bird. Plucking a feather from its body was scarier than plucking a tiger's fur. Master, don't be discouraged. If you encounter the white spirit, divine bird alone, you can only run for your life. However, if you encounter the white spirit, divine bird, and the green-skinned snow devil fighting, Master will have some hope, Little Pig said. Qin Feng suddenly calmed down. He also realized that this was a great opportunity. He just needed to sit back and reap the benefits of the battle between the two level 8 spiritual beasts. With this plan in mind, Qin Feng completely concealed his aura. After all, these were 2 level 8 spiritual beasts. If he wasn't careful, he could expose his existence. The battle had reached its final stage. The white spirit divine bird was severely injured. Its snow-white feathers were stained with blood. From time to time, it would open its beak to howl and spit out blood. The green-skinned snow devil wasn't much better off. Its green fur was also stained with blood. The two colors mixed together looked a bit frightening. Seeing that the time was ripe, Qin Feng immediately took out the 100-mile light sniper. He replaced the energy starstone with an energy slot that stored thunder source energy. A few days ago, when he collected the thunder calamity energy, he couldn't wait to test out the power of the new 100-mile light sniper. Now he finally had the chance to show it off. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he fired the shot. Suddenly, the weather changed dramatically. A huge black cloud condensed in the sky. The sound of thunder seemed to tear a hole in the sky. Several waist-thick bolts of lightning exploded in the battlefield. Rumble! The aftermath of the explosion was ferocious. That part of the world was blasted into ruins, and dust swirled up, obstructing one's vision. Qin Feng heard a miserable howl coming from the mouth of the green-skinned snow demon, and the white spirit, divine bird, had already soared into the sky, escaping the violent might of the spear. Roar, roar! With one shot, Qin Feng's target was exposed. The green-skinned snow devil rushed in his direction and roared a few times. Its lantern-like eyes were bloodshot. Just a few roars had shaken the small snow hill in front of Qin Feng to the ground. Like an avalanche, Qin Feng was instantly buried in the snow. He felt the ground shake violently. He guessed that the green-skinned snow devil was rushing over. This spiritual beast was too fast. When Qin Feng drilled his body out of the snow, he saw a scene of dark clouds covering the sun. It was the green-skinned snow devil's huge body falling from the sky. Rumble! A loud sound exploded next to Qin Feng's ear. It almost cracked his eardrums. Luckily, he stepped on his flying sword and left in time. However, he was still hit by the aftershock and swayed in the air. A huge hole appeared in the snow where he was. Snowflakes flew everywhere. It was a beautiful and terrifying scene. Roar, roar! After its attack missed, the green-skinned snow devil clawed in the air again. 5 claw marks appeared in the air. The air was torn apart, and there was a piercing sound of wind breaking. Qin Feng had already flown hundreds of meters away. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt an immense force in his chest. It almost crushed his body. Qin Feng fell heavily to the ground, creating a hole in the snow. He opened his mouth and spat out a large pool of blood, dyeing the snow-white ground red. The green-skinned snow demon's simple swipe had almost taken his life. Moreover, he knew that this spirit beast was already heavily injured, so its explosive power was greatly reduced. Qin Feng didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the green-skinned snow demon swipe would be if it were at its peak. At the same time, Qin Feng realized how much he had grown. This was the first time he had fought after breaking through to the 6 changes of Buddhist light. Whether it was his speed or his body's defense, they had greatly increased. Or rather, if Qin Feng was still in the 3 changes of Buddhist light a few days ago, he would have been killed by the green-skinned snow devil's claw. Roar, roar! Seeing that Qin Feng could still breathe, the green-skinned snow devil was very unhappy. It beat its chest and let out a few wild roars. The sound waves contained a powerful aura, and a few small snow hills nearby collapsed, forming a strange scene of an avalanche. Qin Feng wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery in the distance. He wasn't here for a vacation. Before he could adjust the aura in his body, a huge black shadow appeared above his head again. Before the black shadow landed, a violent aura pressed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. His body seemed to be bound, and he didn't even have the chance to escape. Roar! Chapter 1819. The white spirit divine bird was flying at full speed when it slammed into the snow demon. When the two beasts came into contact, it brought with it an earth-shattering force. The snow demon was sent flying hundreds of meters away. When it landed, it created a huge crater. The white spirit divine bird landed not far from it. It was obvious that it was heavily injured from the collision. It lay motionless in the snow, and no one knew if it was dead or alive. Qin Feng was also sent flying by the shockwave, but compared to the two spirit beasts, the damage he suffered was pitifully low. He immediately swallowed a few healing pills, stepped on his flying sword, and flew into the air. Looking at the white spirit divine bird lying lifelessly in a snow pit, Qin Feng's emotions became complicated. Just now, this white spirit divine bird had saved his life. Otherwise, who knew if he would have been stomped to death by the green-skinned snow demon? Roar, roar! That green-skinned snow demon's skin was tough. After lying in the snow for a short while, it actually stood up unsteadily. It had been angered by the white spirit divine bird's attack, so it ignored Qin Feng's existence and walked towards the white spirit divine bird. Clearly, it wanted to kill it first. Rumble. However, before it could reach the snow pit, a sea of lightning exploded in the sky. Qin Feng finally found a chance to breathe. Without hesitation, he fired 3 shots. The 9 changes true lightning carried with it a destructive force. It exploded around the snow demon. When Qin Feng saw the lightning attack the enemy, he felt an indescribable sense of joy. That snow demon was already exhausted. Even under such a ferocious sea of lightning, he was still able to hold on for half an incense stick of time. However, he eventually collapsed. The moment his body touched the snowy ground, Qin Feng felt an earthquake. Rumble. Large snowflakes flew up and scattered in the wind. The snow demon lay quietly in the snow pit. Its body was still emitting white smoke. This time it didn't get up. It looked like it was completely dead. Qin Feng didn't have the mood to check on the snow demon. He didn't shoot it again. After all, the lightning energy in the energy tank was limited. Every time he shot, Qin Feng's heart bled. He leapt into the snow pit where the white spirit divine bird was. As soon as he landed, Qin Feng relaxed. Although the spirit divine bird was severely injured, it still had a weak breath, which proved that it was still alive. Actually, if the white spirit divine bird died, it would be a good thing for Qin Feng. He only needed to take the white spirit divine bird's inner core and pluck a few feathers from its body before he could leave this place. However, when this spirit divine bird saved his life just now, Qin Feng had developed feelings for it. At the end of the day, Qin Feng was a beast king and had tamed many spiritual beasts. He had feelings for the beast clan. Of course, he did not include the beast clan that wanted to kill him, like the green-skinned snow devil. Ao. The white spirit divine bird seemed to have sensed Qin Feng's arrival, and it let out a low cry. It seemed to want to stand up, but it was to no avail. Master, white spirit divine bird said, "Why did you help it?" Little Pig suddenly asked. Qin Feng froze. "I didn't help it." Little Pig curled its lips and said, "Master, you really got lucky. You clearly came to kill the white spirit divine bird for its spiritual core, but in the end, the white spirit divine bird mistakenly thought you came to help it fight the green-skinned snow devil." After understanding the situation, Qin Feng also felt depressed. This big mistake was really too coincidental. Then what should I do now? After calming down, Qin Feng felt troubled. The white spirit divine bird was already heavily injured. Qin Feng could completely kill it now, but he couldn't do it. However, he heard Little Pig talking to the white spirit, divine bird, and it was unclear what they were talking about. After a while, the two beasts seemed to have finished talking. Little Pig said with an expression as if it was receiving a reward, "Master, the matter is settled. How do you plan to reward Little Pig?" "I already told White Spirit, Divine, Bird, why Master came. It said that its spiritual core was damaged in the battle, so it plans to refine a new spiritual core. As for its feathers, Master can just take a few. Just don't pluck it until it's bald. First, it doesn't look good, and second, it's too cold here." After hearing Little Pig's words, Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He didn't think that beasts also cared about appearance. This white spirit divine bird must be a female. The white spirit divine bird couldn't read Qin Feng's mind. Otherwise, if it knew that he was guessing its gender, it would definitely be depressed to death. Since both sides had reached an agreement, Qin Feng didn't argue any further. He plucked 2 feathers from the white spirit, divine, bird's body. The feathers were as white as snow and sparkled with a translucent light. When he held the feathers in his hand, Qin Feng's state of mind seemed to reach another level. All his worries disappeared, and his heart was like still water. Even time seemed to stop. Could this be the time effect of the white spirit divine bird's feathers? Qin Feng muttered to himself. He seemed to understand the use of the white spirit divine feather, but he felt like he was looking at flowers through a fog. However, no matter what, Qin Feng knew that the white spirit divine feather was a level 8 material. This kind of high-level material was an extremely rare existence. It was even more valuable than a bottle of void-breaking pills. When Qin Feng put away the feathers, Wu Qiming had already rushed over. Shao Li was so scared that he lost his head. He even had the thought of dying here with Qin Feng. Rumble. As soon as he arrived, he had already sent out a few palm strikes. A few black fog hurricanes blew in the soul-nurturing palace and filled the huge altar. For a moment, strange cries sounded. It was the miserable wails of millions of spirits. These spirits were trapped in the violent black fog hurricanes, and some of them were directly destroyed by the hurricanes. However, Wu Qiming's casual palm strikes had already proved his powerful strength. Qin Feng was extremely nervous. He realized that he wasn't Wu Qiming's opponent. Moreover, he was in the witchcraft sect, so it was even harder to defeat him. "Master, look. Those spirits are flying towards us." The situation was urgent, so Shao Li suddenly shouted. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He had already discovered that countless black fog was attacking them from all directions. This scene frightened Qin Feng. There were simply too many spirits flying towards them. Under the attacks of these spirits, his and Shao Li's souls would be devoured in an instant. If he had a choice, he would rather fight Wu Qiming head-on than provoke these spirits. At the same time, Qin Feng was a little puzzled. He had used the heavenly fire to shock these spirits. Why did they start to counterattack? However, before Qin Feng could figure it out, hundreds of spirits had already shot into his body. He hurriedly used the spirit sunflower flame to counterattack. In an instant, a large number of spirits were burned. His ears were filled with heart-wrenching screams. "Master, these spirits don't seem to be attacking us," Shao Li said with uncertainty. Qin Feng also felt that something was wrong. The spirits that were flying towards them did not have any threatening aura. Instead, they let out a pleading wail. However, Qin Feng did not dare to let down his guard. The spirit sunflower flame danced on his hands. He stopped attacking, and those spirits crazily jumped into his body. "Walala!"